Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do truly thank you for tuning on in today. Super Bowl week, so much content to consume. You could be content consuming anywhere, but you are here. I thank you for it. And hopefully you are enjoying the festivities of Super Bowl week, just enjoying the 2-week period where you get to be one of those top 2 teams that everybody's talking about how good you are. And we've got an upcoming matchup here between 2 best of their conference. And the key point of this matchup, I think, as it comes into it, being what can this Patriot offense do against this Seattle Seahawks defense? Patriots defense isn't bad, but I think more of the strength of what they would need to do to win this game is going to have to come off the back of them producing offensively, at least above, let's call it maybe a bare bones status. And it's an offense that's produced perhaps the MVP in the league here with Drake Maye this past year. Been very productive in this offense under Josh McDaniels, the former New England Patriot Raider head coach. So he is a guy that's got some brain power behind what he's doing. It's not the most talented of offenses, but it is the one that you worry about coming into this game where he makes a couple big time throws. They're able to live in the run game a little bit, and then you end up getting a little bit stuck as far as how everything gets suited out here. And so I want to go through a few of the points. We're going to go through some film today as well. Try to kind of cover the full meal deal here as far as this offense is concerned and stay more into where the offense is at. And so first off, understanding that Mike McDaniels is a guy that's shown a willingness to update his scheme from what you ran with the Brady days, and obviously a hyper amount of spread concepts built into the attack over and over and again. A lot of short, quick passes into space, bubble screens, quick drag routes, just routes meant to just kind of get guys open quickly in space, let them work with the yak stuff afterwards. This kind of came from some of Chip Kelly's influence back at that time, and then it's evolved. He does build into it some other elements to it that are more traditional. But when you do watch this offense first out the gate, is that for all these young quarterbacks, you can go to a couple places that they like and they're more at ease with. Shotgun. You allow a young QB to be able to be in shotgun more often than not, they like that better. They don't have to worry about this footwork thing that they're still trying to figure out, because remember, most of these guys come out of college and they've never run the under center stuff. The first time they're putting their hands under some guy's butt at center there is the first time they've done in their life just about. It's maybe absent high school, and this is a much different game at this point. So there's just a lot of muscle memory used to, I'm in shotgun, hike, hit my 2 steps, look, and go, and get the ball in my hands. It's where they're most comfortable. So with the young quarterbacks, this has been going back to the NFL for a good 15 years now. I think, in fact, Kyle Shanahan was one of the kind of forerunners on this with Washington and Robert Griffith, is you start to merge your playbook together with the quarterback. So you have quarterback who likes some of these college concepts, shotgun, empty. They like to go, that's the big one they like. This was Bryce Young's big thing. He really liked going to empty. Really simplified down the looks across the board for these youngsters. Because remember, within that, a lot of this, as well as you spread concepts, empty looks, the heart of that is meant to make it easier on these young quarterbacks who are obviously a little bit in over their head. Not completely drowning all the time per se, but there's a lot of elements of the game that they're not getting right now at this moment that they will get when we talk about 3-4 more years down the line, and a chance to really understand the nuances of defensive plays and how to read things correctly each and every time, not just partially some of the time. And so with Drake, in shotguns where a lot of you're going to see him out at times with them, and this does make things easier for him at times for his reads and to figure out where he needs to go with the throws, especially some of the easier throws that Josh McDaniels is going to breed into the playbook. But then this also does come a little bit at the expense of the rushing attack, because when you are rushing out of shotgun and you're giving it to that running back, them kind of going across the face of the quarterback after the play, either up into that A gap off the center side here or off the left-hand side of the B gap, you're hitting kind of one of those two, or even trying to maybe swing it out wide if you possibly can, though that's hard to do from shotgun. Shotgun limits your ability to be as dynamic in the run game as you're allowed to be when you're under center. And the Patriots do mix some of the under center stuff in there too, so it's not just all that. Don't let me seem like I'm overstating it, but there's a heavy amount of that in the shotgun book where they're kind of making it a bit easier on the defense, where if I give a running back the ball here, he's not going to tend to take it out there to the right. He's not going to tend to, it's a little bit of now he's got to turn his hips and take a beat. And remember, with shotgun, you're already removing some of the momentum that you get from under center, where those guys get a little bit of build-up speed to the hole. Now you're having him not only have to take a beat for the quarterback to get the ball to him, but then you're going to have him go from his hips being flipped like this, facing the line of scrimmage. Now he's got to face it like that and go that way. Versus when he's getting the carry, it's just a natural fall kind of forward kind of run. So you can kind of predict where the running game is going to go when you get the guys in those read option looks. Now, of course, the counter to this being is that Drake Maye is a keeper guy and that he can keep the ball, challenge that edge crashing down there. So you've got to get it done with your front guys there because he's got to be aware of what Drake's doing as far as possibly holding it, keeping the ball. But with that said as well, how much is the Patriots going to want to do that? Already knowing with Drake that he's got a dodgy shoulder and maybe wanting to limit some of his carries in this game where possible. The hits, the potentials for guys falling back on top of him once again. Maybe you want to be careful with that just a little bit if you possibly can. I just kind of wonder on that. But the first thing the Seahawks can do here when I look at this attack and I go, what do we got to do? What's the front line thing here that's the most important thing? And I lost it here. There it is. Boom. Patriots run game can't beat you. And you can predict on certain things and what they're going to do also within this. It doesn't just have to merely be me lazily telling you guys, got to stop the run first and foremost, and then kind of ending it on that. You can anticipate those shotgun looks. You can tend to anticipate where the run game is probably going to go out of those shotgun looks, especially considering Drake Maye's dodgy shoulder. It's also an offense that has some propensities. And the propensities are that it's going to run the ball at the 12th highest rate in the NFL to inside runs and run to the outside at the 26th highest rate in the NFL. So bottom two stats here on this little chart I'm showing you, 12th rush percentage in the NFL inside, 26th outside. Now, is some of this a little bit because of just what I talked about, being that when I give a running back out of shotgun the rock there, it's hard to get them to an outside kind of place. You can do it, but you usually got to have some linemen pulling back across the formation. It's a long developing kind of play. Maybe you're going to run kind of a counter to try to make it work. It's not a meat and potatoes portion of what you're trying to do. It's not as meat and potatoes portion of what you're trying to do offensively as far as in a rushing attack. The ideal is to try to get downhill and get to those holes as fast as humanly possible most of the time. And so you can kind of anticipate where the running game is going to go. You can anticipate when they're in shotgun where the run game is going to go. And I think that this does give Seattle a little bit of inroads because one of the keys, of course, in this game is going to be how can the Seahawks handle the Patriots when they go into their base personnel, when they're living in nickel, knowing guys like McDaniel and Vrabel are going to look at that from a tactical standpoint, and they're going to say, well, that kind of look should be one that we run into. Understanding that the transition that's occurred this year in the NFL has been more of defenses embracing base looks when they get base looks from the offense. If I got two tight ends back in 2019, I probably come out with the nickel package. I know you're not running. I know you're just trying to drive us into base so you can throw it over the top. I know what you're doing. No, not now. Now they will run it. And this is a Patriot team that can run the ball decently well with a guy like Rhamondre Stevenson, where he can get downhill on you and he can be very hard and know that he's not going to go outside. He can be very hard in between those tackles to bring down. And then that's a guy who can kind of grind out those kind of yards, get the Patriots into situations where they're in third and shorts or staying out of third downs. And that's where they're able to maintain these drives and hold on to the clock and keep our offense off the field and potentially tire out our defense on top of it. So stopping the run is definitely going to be a center point of what Seattle's looking to do. I think we've gone something like 29 straight games without allowing a 100-yard rusher. I'm not expecting it to occur in this game. A big part of what we're looking at as well with this game, and doesn't get talked about, I think I haven't heard about this at all, is that you do have in the Patriots them essentially starting 3 rookies out there down on this offense alone. You've got a starting left tackle, starting left guard, and I'm not going to call Drake Maye necessarily a rookie, but it's kind of essentially like a rookie, even though he's playing like you've got young guys essentially that may even be playing well, but there are still little spots within their game that you should be able to attack and notice and see on film that you can go and attack. We're going to talk about some of the stuff here with Drake Maye. We're going to talk about some of that with this offensive line, but there's stuff right on the surface when it comes to attacking is merely, let's say, the rushing attack as we are right now at the moment. Into being keyed in on your keys and where the run play is going, you've got to be disciplined because they're going to try to misdirect you at times and get you going one way and shifting another way. but understanding that, once you can find those right keys, you can kind of bottle up this running game. They're not going to have dynamic guys up front like a Dotson and a Avila were with the Rams, with some real people movers up there. It's not the same type of thing. At running back with Rhamondre Stevenson, I just don't think he's even the same kind of back as a Kyren Williams. He's good. He gets the job done. He's a grinder in there. He's not going to be an easy back to bring down in this type of game, that's for sure. But at the same point in time, I think still Kyron's probably a better player than Stevenson. So you've got some inroads here in how you can attack this rushing attack, both what they show you by some of the weakness I think that does exist on this offensive line. Garrett Bradbury there at center's nothing to write home about. The Vikings kicked him away this offseason so they could sign Clark from the Indianapolis Colts to be their starting center. He was probably he was part of the problems with that Rams defense last year in the playoffs when everything went kaput for Sam, but really went kaput for that Vikings offense, and really extra especially went kaput for that Viking offensive line, as we can definitely see in retrospect. A couple other points on this, just as far as the rushing attack goes. Rhamondre Stevenson's got a little bit of loose grip. Little bit of a loose grip on that running game. Now, this was a bad problem last year. We had 6 fumbles. He's only got 2 this year. But for his career, he's got 12 fumbles in like 5 years. And so he is a guy that can, in a game like this, maybe be thinking a little bit too much about trying to get that extra yard. Get a guy thinking there like Ernest Jones ripping a play out the other day for a guy in the playoffs, trying to get that extra yard. Seahawks defenders should be in there trying to punch it out, rip it out. It has been a problem. It's even at times taken him off the field under the other coaching staff as far as limiting some of his carries because of the lack of trust. Last year when he was going through it with those six fumbles, it was kind of just a little bit like he got caught with it was like a coldie catch he couldn't shake quite. But it's been there pretty much every year of his career, a little bit at least. And something that in a game like this where you're looking for the turnover battle, a little bit of an inroad spot to go after with Rhamondre is really go out there and attack that arm and try to go get that ball out if you can. The other part that's going to make this interesting about playing the run is the strangeness by which you have the run-pass split set up for the Patriots. The Patriots are a team that you would think on the surface of this would be looking to kind of try to protect a second-year Drake Maye. You've got a defensive-minded head coach. You've got a young quarterback that's obviously still learning. You don't have the most talented of an offense around him or the most necessarily skilled or seasoned offensive line. Let's call it that, at least on one half of it over there. And so you would think that, okay, those parameters are placed coming into this, and you are then knowing in advance that this is a team that's won 14 games and up ahead of a lot of the games, playing from up ahead in a lot of these games. And so then you would say, well, okay, we've got a team that probably was like, 50-50, 51-49 pass run split, run pass split, kind of one way or the other, give or take. Instead, you get in here and you look at them, they're almost 55%. 55% of the time they're passing the football. So just another little part that's going to help you in getting off of the rushing attack and being able to protect you, I think, from the rushing attack is that I don't know if Josh McDaniels has a full-fledged Sean McVay-itis, being that you have a very competent rushing attack that can do very well, but you always just keep wanting to go away from it because you just love to pass and you just can't help yourself. I don't know if it's that. I kind of think it's a little bit that, because McDaniels does have that spread formation concept stuff, and I want to pepper the ball around the football field. I mean, it's kind of inherently in his DNA. He's had his ultimate success operating from within that offensive attack. Why shouldn't he want to shift back into it? Old habits would die hard in that case, wouldn't they? And then you have a quarterback who certainly will lean into wanting to see some spread concepts where he can, because it's going to simplify down some of this game for him. So it will be interesting to see the Patriots' plan of attack here. Can they stay committed to rushing the ball? Can the Seahawks anticipate some of the inside run and then counter that with some of their looks to try to protect against some of what they're going to try to do in getting downhill on them? Can they really lock in and key on them when they're in shotgun? I think these are going to be very important parts, because once you can stop them in the run, then you can get them leaning into that pass. And then as those pass run splits show for the season, they are certainly going to be a team that's going to be very happy to lean in the pass if you sort of force them down that corridor. You're closing every other door, and they're going, and that one closes, and they look down, and the hallways send them right down there. And that's what you could potentially do here with this passing attack. And that is when you, quite frankly, are really going to have this Patriots offense. Because once you can start to get them passing, though he put up MVP numbers, though he can make as many big time throws as anybody else, Drake Maye is not a guy at this point in time that consistently throw in and throw out is making those throws to really take you apart. And if you can take away the deep throw from him in his game and the big play from him in the game and limit him down to being that passer that has to just be very patient in moving the ball up the football field, especially for one that's going to pass more than he's going to run, that's where I think you're going to really be able to challenge this football team. So one of my places I'm looking at in this game as I flow through these a little bit is make the Patriots execute long drives. Some of this comes back to Sam Darnold and making sure that he's aware of stuff when he's on his side of the field with this. But make sure they've got to go down the length of the field and that they can punch it in from there. That they've got the ability to stay committed in taking those little plays, because when it seems like watching the tape with Drake and things kind of break down, he falls back on the hell with it, I'll throw it down there. Kayshon Boutte's down there somewhere. Diggs down there somewhere. Matt Collins is down there somewhere. He just kind of has that little bit of, it isn't even sometimes in the general accurate area down there. He'll just literally just kind of throw it on up. In times of trouble, instead of having that plan to go to the security blanket or an outlet pass, I'm chucking it. And it is where you can see at times in him the greenness of his game, and that he's still kind of coming along and having some of those answers at times when he has to deal with that. The pressure rate does go up pretty good with this offense, so it's a contributing factor here. When you look at this from the standpoint of they have almost 3-second time to throw, which means the offensive line's holding up pretty well, but then a 27th overall in pressure rate. That's the top stat on the board in yellow there. So 27th in pressure rate in the NFL allowed. That's not on the good side. That's on the bad side. And that does mean a lot of times you can see within him, as you think with a younger quarterback like that, he's kind of, that's why I call him kind of like a sub rookie, because he's still, he's staring reads down, trying to really decipher things post snap. And those type of defenses that, of course, will fluctuate like the Hawks defense will pre to post snap are going to give him some troubles and issues, and have given him some troubles and some issues here. Let's go through a couple of these details, and then I'm going to bounce to a little bit of film and show you guys a couple of other stat points in here as we go through this. So I'm going to kind of be bouncing all over the place here a little bit with this. Along with the rushing attack, you've got to control Drake Maye's legs. And I think what's nice about Drake Maye, at least as far as being the mobile quarterback, which is sometimes the ultimate detriment that Mike Macdonald has talked about to his defense, the mobile quarterback, the very mobile quarterback, where he'll say, look, you can cover the play up for first second to the second to the third second to the fourth second to the fifth second, and then it's where they get you in that 6th second where they break the pocket and go find themselves an out. And that's the frustrating part, is that you played the play so well, but they just kind of had the Uno card they could drop on you, and that was the great mitigating factor to the play. Drake Maye likewise can do that same thing. The mobility is very much there. The shoulder thing kept him out of practice all last week. So it's some kind of real thing. You'd have to think the coaching staff's going to try to tamper this down just a little bit, not remove it, but at least ask him to try to maybe limit it as much as he possibly can. But the good news, as I was saying with this, the silver lining to Drake Maye having really good mobility and a good feel for the pocket when the pressure is breaking down around him, is that he does tend to want to exit the pocket, at least as far as a scrambler goes, from the same door. He's going to want to go up the front. He's going to want to climb the ladder. So you essentially need to take away Drake Maye's ladder is what you need to do in this game. If he breaks out of the pocket out to the side, if he breaks out to the left out to the side, he's still going to tend to look to throw or throw it away. But when he's going to actually have an inherent mission to go and scramble on a play, it's going to be once he's in those mode of climbing up the ladder. And I think that this is a good thing, because this allows the defense from their pass rush standpoint to really lock in on where they expect him to kind of be on a play as the play evolves down as you're pass rushing. And I think as they control their pass lanes, which they've shown a really good job of doing that at times this year, Bryce Young, Kyler Murray in the first matchup, of course, really having those guys be disciplined in their pass rush integrity, to where you almost sort of, you're setting a bait, you're setting a trap a little bit. The edge rushers force up, the secondary guys come around to force them up, but one of those guys has a trigger to climb back up into the pocket right there with the quarterback and collect him. He did it 3 times in the San Francisco 49er game. Derek Hall, Uchenna Nwosu, Jaron Reed, all 3 of them got sacks on just this kind of play, where you had the guys that would set the bait first, and a lot of times it could be like an Uchenna or a Derek Hall, where they're first setting the hard edge up top to make them think you're coming hard around the edge as far as maybe bending or dipping but then they reroute back inside the second they can feel that quarterback start to climb back up in there. So controlling Drake Maye's legs, you're not going to spy him. That's not an option on the table. The Seahawks just don't do that. So it's going to be on those front four, on Ernest Jones at times, to make sure that you're in a position to be able to collect him and not give him easy yards. They've got him charted out to be like 43 yards scrambling is the over or something on sleeper in this game. And that to me tells me that Vegas is very much anticipating that Drake is going to try to use his legs a lot. And so you got to have a plan of preparation for it. And the Seahawks did with Brock Purdy the last time. Yes, he was able to run around in the backfield a ton. Yes, I think he had like 400 yards scrambling behind the line of scrimmage in that game and averaged 4 seconds per time he threw. But at the same point in time, he was not able to get you with his legs as far as really hurting you in his ability to scramble. And that's the part I think you're most really worried about. With Drake, he can do improvisation, he can work off script, but it's not necessarily a Russell Wilson. It's not even a Brock Purdy in that way of his game. So you're not as uncomfortable necessarily just by the thought process alone of him holding on to the ball a little bit. You do want to get him contained, though, in the pocket and make sure that you're not walking out of this game giving him 50, 60 yards on the ground, especially if you're able to limit the running back around that, because then it becomes all upon his arm to get it done. And I think that's just much more of a likelihood than that you've got the Patriot team sunk at that point if you can drive it into that manner. One other thing that has come up here as far as coverage-wise, and we start to get into some of the bits and pieces of this that are a little bit more detail driven. I'm sure many of you have heard of this. Shout out to Warren Sharp over there, Sharp Sports over there, who came up and kind of figured all this out a little bit. But I was watching the tape, and the tape does match up to what he was talking about on this. So what happened here is you have the Buffalo Bills playing the New England Patriots, two opponents very familiar with each's personnel and understanding what the other's trying to do. It's week 15. And the Bills go through the first half with the coverages going a certain way, and they're doing the variety of different stuff, which is kind of running their variants. It's doing okay. And then they get in the second half, and they're able to really find some shutdown mode here going. They were able to really get in and then tap into a certain coverage type that was then allowing them to basically stall Drake Maye out. And make no mistake about it, Drake's been good this year against man. He's been good this year against the blitz. He's been good against coverages like cover 2 and cover 3. He's done a very, very good job of them. The coverage in particular that was giving him such a nuisance is the cover 6. Cover 6. And so why was this a problem for him? And you'll just have to hear me without seeing me. Hear me, but do not see me. See me, but do not hear me. Why was this a problem? It is a problem because of the fact that you're running two different coverages on each side of the field here. So if we were to think about it, just think about you're looking straight up and down as a quarterback. You're splitting one half of the field this way. You're splitting one half of the field that way, first off. And you don't know which half is going to be split to what, pre to post snap. You might get a look that makes you think this will be that way, this way, but then it becomes that, vice versa. So first things first, understanding one half field does one thing, other half the field does something else. You're going cover 2 to one side, and then you're going to go to quarters coverage, kind of two men sort of together in their route bubble there as they're trying to cover, right? So you have kind of a quarters thing going on over here. You got a cover 2 over there. So looking back at this chart, you can see as you're facing the screen here to your left, you've got the cover 2. You got your corner up and press there to potentially sit on a flat route. You can also have them just trail. There's a little bit of some variance within this coverage as far as what you have individual corners sometimes do. But in basic theory, this is what you're doing is you can have him drive down, take away the flat. And then he's got the W or the will linebacker going to the curl hook route, sort of cleaning it up behind him. And then you have your essential cover 2 look on the back end with your safety here, taking half a field being the free safety. Or if it's the strong safety outside the field, it would be the strong safety. But that would be this would be the same coverage, even if you flipped it to flopped it as far as FS to SS. It doesn't make a difference on that. To the other side of the field, you can see that the corner just immediately bails. So there's a bail like you would have in a cover kind of 3 look, but you're running kind of a quarters so that those guys out there on the right side of your screen there, the strong safety and the other corner to the right side, are essentially going to be very evened up in how they're going to run that coverage up. It's less about staying true high over the top. It's kind of like, think about it in theory, We stay top side to one side of the field to make sure we're clean over there where the quarterback can't find a spot there. And then over on this side of the field, in general terms, we can squeeze down on some routes and make them uncomfortable. So safety over here, squeeze down a little bit on some of these routes over there. In practicality, this is how this would look. So you can kind of see the same thing here. Now, this is where the top side of the screen, what do you got? Cover 2, right? Press coverage. Then you've got the half field read to that side. You flip it over to the other side or the strong side of the formation in this case for the defense. And you can see already that corner's not only not in press coverage, he's already in indicators, the bottom side corner, that he's going to be bailing into a cover kind of 3 look. And likewise, you can see it's 1/4 the field. These guys are kind of sharing that half of the field together if you want to think of it another way to make it easier on you. And then you still have those linebackers there to kind of buzz some routes and run between the middle of the hashes to try to theoretically clean up where you are going to be a little bit weak, where there's always going to be every coverage scheme is going to have a hole or two somewhere. You're not going to be able to cover everything up. But this one's nice where you get the best of both worlds, where you can protect against a little bit of depth, but then you can also drive down on routes if they're just trying to peck you to death a little bit. And so this coverage came out by the Bills in the second half, and they had a tremendous amount of success with it against that Patriot team. Well, every team that then played after this, including through this playoffs, has also been kind of leaning in and doing a lot of this type of stuff, where they're saying, yeah, that's kind of working out pretty well. We sort of like the look of this. This is something that we think we can do. The problem comes into this, and Mike Macdonald has talked about this in recent times, is that, yeah, okay, you may think that you've got the ability to do it. You may be able to coach your guys in the week to show them how to do that coverage. But if it's not a coverage that's a mainstay of what you do, you're not necessarily going to run it effectively. So the Ravens tried to run this like ad nauseum. I think they're playing maybe the next week after the Bills game. And they just couldn't run it the same way. They just couldn't execute the same way. Had a little bit of success with it, but they weren't even as good as the Bills were with it. And then there's been, as I said, a variety of different teams that have run cover 6 since then in the playoffs. The really cool part of this is, and why I mention on this that I want to see the Hawks lean into this a bit, is that the Seattle Seahawks run a lot of cover 6. It's already inherently within their defense to a very high degree, one of the higher degrees that you probably would see in the sport. There's some track site on this that shows that's somewhat low to it, but it's a hard coverage to sometimes track on film. So if you're looking for the hardline stats, it is there. It is a defense that also can provide some alerts for defenders to be able to allow them to jump routes that go completely outside the parameters of the defensive scheme. And so to give you an example of this, I reached out to Quandre Diggs a couple of years ago, the same Quandre Diggs, by the way, that's on this roster, and who will very much be able to, I'm sure, give these guys a couple of little details within this. But Diggs was playing, and Seattle was playing the Raiders a couple of years ago, and you watched what Diggs did on the play, and he seemed to have initially that too high look there. He was to the cover 2 side, so it looked like he was going to at first immediately go into that cover 2 look, and then he just suddenly sees something and drives on the route right up around the hash mark and goes and makes the interception. And it stood out to me on tape. And then I reached out to Quandre and I was like, Quandre, I'm trying to figure out what you were in right here. As far as, was this, you look like you're in cover 2, but then you drop out of cover 2 and then you drive. And then he confirmed it was quarter, half. So he was the half field safety there, but he saw the route combination that was coming off of film study, and it told him he could come up and drive on the route and jump the route. So it's also not just a coverage that's stilted in. The quarterback gets to see press to this side, and then he knows that safety is to cover 2, and then he can see off coverage here, so he knows that's cover 3, and he knows it's or not cover 3, but it's going to be quarters. It's not necessarily as straightforward as that. You can run a lot of different intermixes with this. You can have players that, especially if they're great with their communications, and you got the chemistry that this squad does have, you can really kind of mess with them a little bit as far as some of these little adjustments play in and play out you make to kind of change the look up just slightly for the quarterback, especially leaning into where he's going to try to find those safety valves, because it's obviously confusing the hell out of Drake. When he sees it, he's not seeing it comfortably on the tape. It stands out. He's holding the ball for a little bit of extra time when these kind of moments happen. And it's a part that they're going to be prepared for, no doubt, because they understand teams have been really spamming this on them quite a bit. But again, Seattle just naturally lives in this kind of coverage a lot of times. And so they're going to be able to easily be able to just kind of stay into that, as well as what only makes it harder is Seattle's, as much of any team in the National Football League, is going to want to disguise what they do prior to the snap. So not only are they going to run cover 6, You might be a team that doesn't run cover 6 well, and then you don't disguise too well. So then you show it, and then you don't run it right. What happens when you run it well, and you're one of the best teams in the NFL at disguising what your intentions are prior to post snap, especially in coverage? This is where, to me, Seattle's got a real potential of putting some breaks down on this Patriot team and not giving Drake a lot of easy answers there. As you're doing a lot of this with that 7 drop in coverage, not a lot of blitzing then on the front side of it, it sets you up in a really nice way, I think, then because of that. Keeping it moving on here. As I said with this, make the Patriots execute those lie-on drives. This is another no-duh, like stopping the run to me, but I want to mention a little bit in how this can happen, and we're going to go into the details of how this can happen. Creating pressure has got to be a must here, and it's going to have to come from the front 4. I don't think that there's any way that Mike looks at this ideally from his standpoint and says, where we need to be attacking in this game is blitz-heavy looks. I think he'll be willing to stack boxes. I think he'll be willing to run some simulated pressures, but I think that he is going to probably draw the line at blitzing too heavy. I don't think he's going to come into this and saying, I want to let the players decide this game, not have me try to decide it by being just super hyper illustrious with my looks and my fronts. And so it comes back to the front 4 to create this pressure. It's going to be on them to get it done. There's good news here in addition to like the cover 6 thing. Seattle Seahawks love to run stunts and loops and twists. Brett Coleman rightfully pointed out recently that it seemed like the Rams picked up on some particulars in regards to Leo Williams and how he runs the stunt game and how they run their stunt game around him specifically. He's kind of the main planet, and the moons are kind of orbiting around him a little bit because he takes up so much attention as a pass rusher. And so there were some things that the Rams seemed to do that kind of got ahead of that to learn a little bit or be ready for a little bit of what Seattle was doing with that. I would estimate that the Patriots are going to try to as well. With that said, they don't do well against stunts and loops and twists. It's just not necessarily where they're at their strength. And to provide a little bit of some evidence of this as we start to delve a little bit into some of the tape here. Just a little bit here. This is a play to me that's just right out of the Seahawks playbook. So this is a sack in the recent Charger game, and this is exactly what Leonard Williams does all the time. So he'll come off the line of scrimmage. You're going to want to look to the left. It's to your screen here. I'll only pause this, all right? So to your screen side of it here. You're going to want to look at the left defensive tackle. You can see that he's the 3 tech essentially there out just inside of Khalil Mack there on the far left-hand side. And you can see on this play, Wilson there, the left guard, the youngster, the rookie, he's a struggle bus right now. He's really a center who they've got playing left guard. But watch the technique here where there's not a pass rush move here. See that? Like he's going in to attack that tackle to where theoretically Khalil Mack can then wind around him as a stunt. The thing is that the guy's just kind of he's just kind of beefed him up a bit on this one, man. He just gave him, the goods that he's just able to kind of bounce off of his contact and be like, all right, I guess I fall into a sack instead of doing the dirty work. And I've seen Leonard Williams do the very same thing this year on a variety of different stunts and loops like that. You get off the line, you're really attacking like the tackle who's engaged with the edge, right? He's got his eyes set on a guy like DeMarcus Lawrence. Then here comes Leonard Williams to kind of rack him. But then sometimes you're just creating chaos on that, and you can get a little bit of like bowling pins falling over a little bit like this, where, the left guard essentially just is never in control in this rep. He can't believe how wide you get out on him here. He's not comfortable trying to get out that wide. Doesn't really know what to do. Kind of looks like a rookie lineman, doesn't he, on this play? Just a little bit. This is going to be a long day at the office for our man Wilson. Last time I had to watch a center convert go up against Leonard Williams like this and the horror show and the massacre that was going to be was Evan Brown last year in the game at home against the Cardinals. This has an opportunity to look very, very similarly. Wilson hasn't been purely bad, but he is not a guard. So stunts, loops, twists, these are the things that are going to be stuff that I would expect them to lean into. This is well here against the Chargers. Chargers, again, running the same defense as us. It's kind of important to say this a little bit here, but similar thing here. Guy gets upfield. He's attacking upfield the whole way. You can feel this from as you look at that again, this is more of a one-tech guy in the way he's aligned here, but the one-tech defensive tackle here, he's just trying to eat those guys up the whole way. And they take the cheese, allows Tuli Upupo to get in behind him for the sack. Good news for your Seattle Seahawks. This Patriot offensive line struggles with stunts, loops, and twists. And you can see in Travion Henderson as just an extra cherry on top. Watch Travion Henderson attempt to pass protect here. Yeah, that's not going to work, big guy. Sticking your head down and looking at the ground as the guy goes around your outside shoulder is not going to cut it. This ain't from week 3 here, folks. This was a playoff game from just a couple weeks ago. Stunts, loops, twists, these type of things are going to be, I think, where you're going to definitely make and find some inroads here. For sure. For sure. So they can continually work a lot of this stuff, I think, against this Patriots defense. You got to be worried a little bit on the stunts and loops at times of losing, then contain on Drake Maye. But the way that the Seahawks run it, much like you saw with the Chargers there, they're so good at it because it's inherently part of their DNA. So this is the part like the cover 6. You don't have to do something different. It's already there in what you are and who you are. Just call your normal stuff, and this will come out. That one Charger play with, and I've seen Leonard Williams do that all season long. I could run a cut up that would be, you'd be going, wow, that's like a Leonard Williams play run. Yeah, it exactly is. And as you would think about this logically and reasonably, you'd say, well, if I were to ask you, I'd say, well, what kind of offensive line is going to probably struggle with loops and twists? And you'd probably go, well, an offensive line is kind of newly working together. Check. Probably a lot of youth. Check. You mean like starting 2 rookies on the offensive line? So there's also a reason why this is, on top of it is a thing, there's a reason why it's a thing. And that this is what you'd also expect if you're going to start 2 rookie offensive linemen. If we go back and watch Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross's rookie year, I'm sure we're going to find more than a couple moments that they got kind of fooled on some stunts and loops that some vets run on them with some of those games. So don't want to oversell it too much, but you do need to lean into this heavily if you can. Creating pressure is an absolute must within this. And to, again, the specific point on this, I see it from a two-pronged trajectory here. And what I mean by that is that the Patriots have a little bit of liabilities in pass protection on both sides of their pillar, both of their tackles, but they do so in 2 different ways. So on one side, you have Will Campbell, top 3 pick, whatever, in this last draft, by far considered the best left tackle of this last draft, has had a solid rookie year, went down to an injury about halfway into the year and hasn't quite seemingly been the same since he's come back, / maybe hitting a little bit of the rookie wall. But he is a guy there was a lot of sort of wonder about him coming out in regards to his arm size. And the reason for that is because with tackles in the NFL, there's like 1 tackle in the NFL with less than 33-inch long arms that's starting in the NFL. So you can think, well, it's just an arbitrary number on arm length. What does it matter? Well, it seems to matter to NFL teams. And Campbell was under 33 inches. And it got a lot of people wondering, it got a lot of people worried that maybe he's going to have to transition to guard, that it's not going to work for him out of tackle, and then that changes his value of where he should go in the draft. And so the Patriots said, look, we're going to take the jump. Too good of a player. We love him. Really young. I think he's going to even get better. And maybe some of his upside eventually will allow him to compensate for this in a way that it doesn't allow other players to compensate, or we would see more starters out at tackle with less than 33-inch long arms. The point I'm making around this and where I'm going with this is that within the playoffs alone, you have had an opportunity to be able to see the arm length costing Campbell. Exhibit A. Exhibit A. Khalil Mack. Strong. Great leverage. Good arm length. Running the same defense as you. I want you to picture something with this. I call it the wide 10, don't I? It's not the wide 9. I go to a wide 9 here, you'd have Khalil Mack in screen if they were running a true wide 9. I show you the alignment, you'd be like, well, you should be just about like an extra like length of person outside of Campbell's left outside shoulder, but you can't even see Khalil Mack. It's not because he's lined up out as an off corner. It's because you align him in the same defense you're playing. And what does this defense do? They rock the wide 10. That's what I call it. You go even an extra bit of width outside. So what does that do? That allows explosive build-up speed before you get to contact on the tackle. Gives you an extra step or two to get up to that full speed. And as a tackle, if you think about it from a momentum standpoint, they're going back into their set and they're trying to kind of hunker down. They don't have a forward momentum. In fact, they're kind of, if anything, moving with a backward momentum right towards where the pass rusher wants to get. So what Mike Macdonald and the forerunners of this defense have done here in the modern era, widen out the edge, have him come down full hill, hard as he can, rip those arms right into that tackle's chest, and then walk his happy ass back into the pocket like it's nothing. It's like it'd be like a guy that's in an arm wrestling match getting an opportunity to go all the way from here and go versus just having to start from here. I get to go all the way, go from here, and then snap it. Like your hand's still here, but I get to start from here and bring it with some force. Same kind of concept at play. Watch it again here with Khalil Mack. Watch his hands drive right into the chest of Campbell. Controls the whole rep, moves him back effortlessly, and there's nothing Campbell can do because the arms aren't getting longer suddenly. He can't do anything about you until you're into here on him. And if you've already controlled the rep by the time he's got his hands on you, it doesn't really matter if he gets his hands on you at that point. You've already got him through the process of controlling the rep. You've already started to walk him back into the pocket. So Campbell's got to first and foremost have those short arms attacked. It has been showing up in the playoffs. It has shown up through the course of the season. Doesn't mean that he can't eventually overcome this or that this is something that's going to be some mitigating factor to his game in the long term. It just means it's a vulnerability that the Seattle Seahawks can go after in this game. Another Will Campbell rep here against the Chargers. So watch him off the left side. Again, wide alignment. Okay, so let's go through this slow really quickly. Who gets the hand first? Oh, look at that. Hands on him first. He's always going to lose the hand war first. Always the guy's going to get on his hand first, especially when they got the longer arms. I'm going to get to you before you get to me. You always got to react to me getting to you first and being able to first initially control the rep. And then you put Campbell into recovery mode. So now he's got to try to get his hands back. Gets up around the neck, gets another one around the shoulder. But now he's controlled the rep because what he's done is he's basically lifted him a little off the ground so he can get back under him and dip up under his shoulder here. I'll play it regular speed. Hand up and then dip under with the rip. Okay, so he's get a little bit of a forklift kind of feel. Not like you're, let's not overstate it. You ain't throwing him across the room, but you're just getting a little bit of that backward momentum with the long arm. Then you can come under with the rip. So Will Campbell, you think about this game, you think about how to go after Will. Think about it from the standpoint of I want to see our big, long pass rushers over there. I want to see our strong guys over to that side of the field. That's where I want to look to attack. Again here, Will Anderson coming off the edge. Similar kind of technique, wide 9. Watch Will again on this. He's a great pass rusher, but watch him again just controlling with the hands. Campbell can't control you. He's got to kind of guide you in his pass rush rep. My hands into you. See, he's initiating the hands in. Campbell never gets the hands out first. He's never going to get on. Now he's in a pass rep, so that's sometimes going to be a lot of the time happens, but see how he's trying to even just catch his hands there? Because he doesn't want the hands to get into his chest. He knows it's game over for him. And again, Travion Henderson has just got miserable pass protection technique. Just does not help his tackle at all in this rep. Strip sack, fumble. It's almost like he just should have run the route. He's at that point as far as a chipper goes. It's miserable tape with him in pass pro. But hands in the chest. Control it. You've got the length. And from there, you can kind of move him wherever you want to move him as long as you can get those hands initially in there. He's got some tricks to get around it, and he's going to be, I think, a good tackle in this league. But it's a very important part because these two tackles run differently. Last one, just to kind of seal in the point on this. Another one where you're just going to feel it here. Similar thing. He doesn't get the sack here, but he forces the quarterback into the pocket here. Campbell on your right. And it's the same move we saw from the Charger a second ago. You first get the hit with the length. So, boom, boom, right? I got my hands in you first. I get you pushed the way I want you to push. I want to push you a little to the inside. Then I come back with the rip, and then I bend around the corner to get to the quarterback. Boom, rip, force him up in the pocket and in the waiting arms of the defensive line. Boom, rip, force him up into the pocket of the defensive line. So length, power, size off the edge on Campbell, going to be a problem. Okay? Remember that for a second. We're going to get to the back to this point in just 2 seconds on this one. On the other side, you got a different problem. On the other side, we got Morgan Moses. And Morgan Moses was here at the time of Moses in the NFL, it feels like. He's been playing that long. And he's been a very capable tackle in this league for a long period of time. But he's also a very elder statesman, put it kindly. And he's a guy that is not necessarily moving, and especially not moving laterally like he once did. So when you watch him as a right tackle, he's a very traditional right tackle, even in his best of days. A little bit of that kind of Frankenstein-ish movement, but big, long, pretty strong, able to be a bit of a power tackle to their side. Yeah, he's got that in his game. He's got that. But when you do match him up against speed and quickness, you can get some tough reps. You can get some tough reps because there's just some guys that he just can't get out to that edge to go meet. You just can't come say hi. He's like, you're flying by. Where are you going? I was just stopping by. Lie that on the table with him. He does a good job with the length to be able to sometimes be able to have that be a, kind of a neutralizer for him where you get him beat on the edge and then he can come back and kind of get you at the end with the length and push you out the back of the pocket. And you can find a way by that. But a lot of these other reps here where if you watch this one, look at how hard he's got to fire out of his stance to meet the edge here. And then how that then sets him up susceptibly wise to get taken to the inside. So he does a good job to get here, but he's got to rev this engine like you're trying to start that lawnmower in your front yard that won't start, that's all rusted, and you're pulling that thing like 50 times. Watch how hard he's got to rip that body out there with that pass rep to get out there, and then it's got him off balance. And then the guy can just basically sling him in that direction because he's already going so hard in that direction and just use his momentum against him. So this isn't a rep where it's one to the edge, but it is one to the edge because he's aware of the fact that he can't greet these guys where he wants to greet them. And so he's scrambling like crazy to get out there in his pass set to be able to reach them at the arc, at the edge of the arc. And at his age, he just can't really competently do it, not to the degree he used to. And again, understanding the best of times, this guy was not Trent Williams. He's not a dancing bear out there. He's much more akin to a guy, like I said, it's more of that traditional right tackle that basically is just going to kind of get by out there. One more rep on this one. And this is funny because you got help on this one. He tries to help a little bit, but even still, he can't quite get to the edge here, having all this time and tight end help. Still can't quite get out there to the edge. Another strip sack there by Drake Maye, who's had quite a lot of fumbles here recently. And just kind of a funny rep to me because you had all this help from Hunter Henry, and then you still were late. You didn't provide any help to your guy. Feet just move a little slow. I guess that's the way I say it. Don't want to say he's a bad tackle. Don't want to say that let's not overstate all this. I'm not. But this is an important part to what I am trying to say here, which is that I want to divvy up these two pass rushers to the side where we can most victimize each of these tackles. So over at right tackle, I got the big slow Frankenstein. Over at the left tackle, I got little, hold on. Little T-Rex arms, dude. Just, Yeah. Little T-Rex arms. So how do I do that? Nuosu, Mafe, twitchy, first step quickness, assembly of some pass rush moves that they can counter off of. You're on to Morgan Moses' side of the line. DeMarcus Lawrence, Derek Hall, my guys that are long-armed, strong. You're going to go over here to Will Campbell's side. And so what's really nice about this matchup from my perspective in watching these two guys on tape for the tacklers for the Patriots is that you have two guys who I've got two different sets of pass rushers I can run in rotation to their side to challenge them all day long at the thing that they're weakest at. That is where I want to be living in this game. Understanding that there's going to be a tendency from this Patriot team, I think, to try to pass the ball. That whatever they do in running the ball, I think there's going to be some draw, especially if they get behind, to passing a lot. And now you can get these guys to really get set free on the back of that stuff. Remembering, too, with a guy like DeMarcus Lawrence to that side, he's really run those games well with Leonard Williams. And now you get him over there with Leonard Williams at the 3-tech to that side more often than not. So I would run this specifically, Derek Hall, D-Law to the blind side, Mafe, Nwosu to the front side, to what will be typically the strong side, to Morgan Moses' side of things. That would be my general approach to this. A couple of other notes on this, and then we're going to look at a few of the interceptions here from Drake Maye here recently in this season, throughout the season a little bit, to see if we can kind of find a little bit of a commonality to it and something the Seahawks can maybe prey upon. First up, this was a little bit of a tandem note we talked about a couple days ago in some of our initial keys to this game, and it's one you've got to be aware of watching the tape with them. I don't know how many trick plays the Patriots have run this year, but I'll be honest, it feels like once a game. Once a game, they're going to trot something out at you where they're going to give it a try. So this is a game that's going to challenge the Seahawks defense that loves to rally to the ball to remain disciplined in their positioning at times, to not overrun things and not get out of position and not end up getting beat deep on a free play because you have one guy who's just not thinking about things and letting the guy get past him on the backside. You have got to be as aware about the trick plays in this game as any game this season, bar none. Be on guard. Be aware. I think it's going to help the Seahawks a lot that they're not trying to blitz a lot here and do a lot of things that are going to have them hyper-aggressive in one way to allow them to get preyed upon on the backside of a play like that. But at the same point in time, because you do get all those guys to the football in the way that you do, and that you're going to want to have guys in the running game, for instance, that are going to want to try to drive into their gaps and limit that rushing attack. So you don't give them the freebie 3 yards in a cloud of dust, but can actually limit it down to a no gain kind of play. Well, you got to still be on guard for these kind of plays, because a game like this, coming back to what I said about one of the big points on this, make Patriots execute long drives. And if you're giving up big trick plays down the football field and you're giving up a lot of yardage down the football field, that's not going to be the pathway to going and getting that done, in my opinion. You got to let, or it is, I'm sorry. If you're letting them get big plays, you're not going to be able to let them do them. You're more often that maybe having a 60, 70-yard play that they get a bust in a game and sort of giving them a free tutty that if you just can stay a little bit disciplined, they don't actually have the guys as far as game-changing talent on the outside to truly break that on their own. They've got to do it through this sort of kitschy, manufactured method to make it happen. So knowing that, take that away from them. Make them do it true. Make them execute all day long within the context of their offense. Don't let Drake find a cheat code button. Don't let Josh McDaniels have the easy button. Take that easy button away from him. Say, no, Josh, we're going to remove these easy plays from you. We're going to make this hard. And if you got the easy plays, you better execute them 100% all the time, because as soon as he makes a completion, we're going to have a guy there to tackle that guy right in space, right where they stand. But you're going to have to do this straight up. You're not going to be able to kind of, lack of a better term, cheat your way through this a little bit. Another important thing on this that I thought in looking this week at some of the data and information from this game is you got to be careful in blitzing, I think, in this game. You got to be very, 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 very careful. And so I'm separating right here through the regular season. And what I want you guys to notice on this is I'm separating by 3rd down and 7 yards or more. Okay. So why this is important is take a look at a couple of these stats in these moments that do stand out. You have EPA per play allowed. So this is your EPA per play on 3rd down and 7. And I think that this is an important stat because you can learn a lot. You can learn a lot about teams in, how effective they can be when things are hard against them. And, the thing with Mike Macdonald's defense is that he does not like to blitz a lot. He doesn't even like to do a lot of the stacked boxes as the season has gone along. Even as he said, it wasn't the plan this offseason to go that minimal with this type of stuff, but it just became, as the year went along, it just became more clear they could get away with more just the front 4 stuff. But what Mike does like to do is if he gets you in 3rd and 7, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 12, He'll stack that box up. A lot of times he'll bring the blitzes in order to prevent you from having your receivers being able to actually reach the first down marker. But like I can get you as a quarterback, if I can harass you as a quarterback, if I can make you throw the ball as a quarterback before your wide receiver can get to that spot, which is the first down that you need to get to keep the downs going, then I don't have to have it covered up supremely well. I just got to cover it up on those first 2 seconds of the play because you're not going to have the time for the route to develop to get to the spot you need to get to. And then I've got a sack or I got you throwing it away, or maybe you're trying to scramble for a yard or two, but now I've got you. Mike's a master of doing this. He's great at doing this. And most of the time I'd tell Mike against a young quarterback like this, heat him up. Heat him up, Mike. But unfortunately against this team, I don't know if I can quite do that. What you're looking at right now is EPA, is that if you're negative EPA, it's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. So the teams in 3rd and 7 that the worst in the league this year, Tennessee, Jets, Chiefs, Vikings, Browns, Falcons, these are the worst of the bunch when they get into 3rd and 7. As you can see, our Seattle Seahawks in there at 13, right about middle of the road in the NFL overall. But when we do flex it over to EPA per play, go to this. Is it canceled out on me? Okay. I see what's going on here. Try this again. Okay. So EPA per pass play. Wow. You got the Niners in there at first, and you got the New England Patriots in there at second. So efficient team there in the 3rd and 7s. Somebody's mentioned earlier on my chat about the fact that he's only got a 55% completion percentage or something like that. Maye does on these 3rd and longs, but they are finding success in getting them done. And I think that the reason that that completion percentage doesn't exactly show up in this EPA per pass play is because of this. They are number 1 in yards per play in over 3rd and long situations. So 3rd and 7 or longer, their yard per play is 9.2 yards. So what I think has occurred here is you look at this and look at the tape and you marry it all back together as far as trying to figure out what happens. We go back to first the chart I brought up earlier. 7th in blitz rate. 7th in blitz rate. And so what teams I think are doing is falling in, prey into that trap that I just talked about that Mike's so good at. Hey, we got you in 3rd and 7, got you in 3rd and 9. Let's dial it up. Let's heat him up. Let's bring the blitz. And Drake can then find an answer on the back of that. Can he extend a play for a little bit past that blitz and then the guy gets open down the field and he's got a big play down? Yes, that play happens a lot in that way. So this is where I think you come back to, not necessarily just because he's a young quarterback, are you going to go and look to throw more of a blitz at them than you normally would do so. They have been a good team in 3rd and long. He's been a good player when it comes to dealing with pressure too. So that's another part of this that, you can't just count on, well, if I just get pressure, that's going to mean that he's going to be, neutralized at that point. It's not. But you've got to be very careful, I think, here, and when you're looking to actually dial it up, because this Patriot offense will have some answers. Josh McDaniel will already have a few different answers in there situated through, with just being able to hit you with some screen games and some, hey, we check with me kind of plays if we happen to see a blitz look. So I think that we do just stay in 4-man fronts. We drop a lot of heavy amount into coverage. Got to remain disciplined within this, but don't necessarily mean you're going to blitz on 3rd down like I think you normally would do so. I think it's going to stand out in this game that they're going to be probably very careful with that. And watching the tape with this team, I can certainly understand why. So those are basic places I want us to play at from as far as strategically goes into this game and where you're going to look to. It's more just kind of individualistic things. You got to stop the run, obviously. You got to get pass rush, but there's specific ways of doing it. There's things I think within this strategy you want to avoid. Maybe a little bit less of man coverage concepts than you've run at times in recent weeks. More, less of the blitzing maybe than you would run against other younger quarterbacks. There's this whole stat with Mike being 0-6 against quarterbacks under 24 years old are the quarterbacks against Mike, I should say, since 2023. 1 touchdown pass, 8 interceptions, and 22 sacks. And a lot of that has come with him heating them up. Against Tennessee Titans this year, he was willing to heat him up. But again, as the year has gone on, he's been able to learn, I think, a little bit that he doesn't have to always heat him up, and that this front four can get the job done on its own. And if they get the job done on their own this week, and they can do so with the stunts and the loops and twists mixed in. That is going to make it, I think, impossible for the Patriots. When you watch Drake in this game, he's going to go up against the thing he doesn't want to go up against. Yes, cover 6 is not a fun coverage for him, but cover 6 is also just an extension of the cover 2 shell. And what you think with Drake Maye is that he's practiced a lot now against a lot of the single high looks, because the Patriots always seem to end up in the single high looks one way or the other post snap. They're very rarely into sort of situationally 2 guys back there in coverage. It's much more of guy kind of coming around, roaming around in the middle of the field, and then one guy up deep trying to kind of cover stuff, and they'll keep a lot of off coverage stuff with their corners to the outside. So he's used to practicing against that a lot. I don't know if he's as used to practicing against a team that's so fundamentally committed to staying in the cover 2 shell and then really hiding what you're doing pre to post snap. As you think rationally, this would be troublesome for a quarterback, and it just is for a young QB that's still really learning the ropes and figuring out what is what. First off, I want to touch on a couple more things, the last couple things here with Drake. As I said, take away the ladder with this guy. You've got to have a plan in place to do it. Pressure steps up here. You can see his first reaction here on pressure is get up into the pocket. It's not going to be to break lateral. It's going to be to step on up. So remove his ladder from the pocket. Always have a guy kind of waiting when he steps up like that. This is such a beautiful play because they're running actually a kind of a loop around it from that side with Will Anderson to create this. So this is the best part where you have a guy ready there in the middle and you're utilizing that stunt loop game from a Texan standpoint here from a couple of weeks ago. As far as interceptions go this year and where it's gone wrong for him, I think the middle of the field tends to be where you see the biggest issues. I mentioned the cover 2 shell and how this can kind of factor in a little bit. So you've got the 2 shell here prior to the snap. This is what he's seeing. He's getting a little bit of cover. I think it's cover 1 post snap. So he's getting what looks like, could be even like, this is a similar look to where you can go into cover 6 in this look. Very easy to transition to that. Instead, they go into more of a cover 1. So man coverage to the bottom corner, looks like. They're doing a little switch release so they don't get caught up. He picks him up. Top side, you're running cover 3. So kind of maybe cover 3 Mabel maybe is something they're running here. But you can see with Drake, he is not sure the whole way about what he's seeing. Climbs up a little bit in the pocket. And what's interesting on this play is you could have had 3 different guys intercept this ball. So look to the high side of the field here and watch the throw. So he's going to throw it right to the guy that's in front of him. But the guy trailing in coverage that he wants to throw to is also there. And then there's also another guy there to undercut the route. So watch at normal speed here once again. Steps up, gets picked off right there. But as he gets picked off, see the guys right behind him there that would have just been right there to make the play anyway. All off the cover 2 shell initially here. So whatever he saw snapshot-wise prior to the snap to post-snap wasn't clear to him. He got fooled here post-snap off that coverage roll. And that's the beauty of rolling coverages like this, is that what you show and what you see is not what you're going to get. It makes all these quarterbacks have to predict this post-snap. And I think we sometimes see a play like this, and there feels like there's a lot of time for him to decipher this. On the field, all of this stuff is happening at the speed of a bullet. It can't be understated enough how quickly things go on the field to where if you need that pre-snap determination. You need to know what the hell's going on. You can't just come in there and just kind of, I'll figure it up on the fly, I guess. How about the stunt game? Can it affect interceptions? Can the pressure force the throw a little bit earlier? Yeah, you can work them in tandem here. So you get the Texan, you get I believe it's Falcon, sorry. Falcon team from the bottom side of the defensive line here. You're going to get a guy looping around. And that pressure starts to arrive on Drake Maye. And where I want to try to make Drake Maye throw, it's kind of like the inverse of a Brock Purdy. I want to make him live in the middle of the field with his throws. In breaking routes, that type of thing. I want to see that his accuracy is good on those. I think outside the numbers, really good. Down the field, really good. But I do see some holes here with him as far as where you can kind of get after him a little bit into that middle of the field. Throws can kind of have a little bit of a tendency to sail on him in those spots. Doesn't quite get him just right true to where he's trying to fit some throws, especially if you can squeeze down those windows. And if you've got 7 guys, of course, in coverage, you're able to squeeze down quite a few windows. Similar thing here. We're going to see a stunt loop twist game create an interception. Max Crosby, future Seattle Seahawks, Max Crosby, comes sliding inside here, runs a nice stunt. Drake gets hit, ball sails, like I said, middle of the field, inside the numbers. I get him on throws inside the numbers, and that's where the accuracy is most dipping right now for him as a pro. May change into the future, but these are the throws where things can all the way around, gets a little saily, just gets a little bit off target. He's hit here, so it's not all his fault, of course, but also willing to uncork balls that sometimes maybe just take the sack and sit on it. But again, I told you earlier, stunt loops, this offensive line is susceptible to it all the way around. And here you get it with Morgan Moses, who's got to deal with Max Crosby coming off the edge. So he's trying to, like we saw in that one rep for him, he is doing all he can to get out to that edge of that arc to meet Crosby, which only then widens out all that much more the potential for you to run the game with the stunt back across like Max is. Because the tackle gets basically kind of quasi overset. They get too far out wide, and now they can't have a recovery to get back inside. And you just end up creating a big space like is created here between the tackle and guard. So to the guard's left, you see that big hole around which Crosby can kind of bend down through now around in. That's what that creates when you initially get the tackle out too far, because the guard will climb with him a little bit there. And well-run game here by Crosby and company. And like I showed in the last play, sets up an interception to the middle of the football field. Not too bad. Definitely things within the Seahawks defense where they can force this same type of stuff. Quick pressure creates interceptions. And it does so with Drake, as it will here. Baltimore Ravens running a lot of cover 6 in this game. They start out here with a cover kind of one look, almost a casino blitz-like look here from them. They fall out of it. It's what you'd want to do with Drake, isn't it? Stack the box up, make him think a blitz is coming, fall out of it, get him second guessing. So why is he second guessing here? Because you got press man look on the bottom side. So he looks at this and he goes, I'm going to get a blitz. I got to hit my hot. I got my bottom side receiver going on a go route, corners in man. So I should be able to trust my guy to beat him in man coverage. But watch what the corner does instead. Climbs into a cover 3 look post snap, or cover 3 man match is what I should say. So he instead of staying man here, flips his hips, does a little bit of the bail technique like you'd see from the old LOB days, and starts to climb to depth. And the problem here is that then Drake Maye sees it. So look at Drake staring him right down. He's going, oh hell. He's dropping to depth. I'm going to throw it right to his hands. If I throw this over the top, I can't go there. But I may be being blitzed right now. I don't have the time to go through another read. Oh hell, why have both of my tackles gotten beat to the edge at the same time? Now I got to climb up into the pocket and make a rash decision. So pre-snap disguise creates post-snap confusion. You create the quick pressure, which is absolutely going to be ideal in this game, which ends up forcing him to try to make a throw happen. And he's at that stage in his career where he's trying to make the throw happen. He's trying to make every play, I'm going to be the miracle man if I got to be the miracle man. And sometimes that pays off, and sometimes you get bit in your happy ass. And it's very hard to play that way against a Super Bowl opponent. You need your team in full with you. You need your line to just sometimes hold up in certain ways, especially like this when you only are rushing 3 pass rushers. And they run their defensive schemes on the backside different. But again, I would say this is the Ravens defense. This is a lot of Mike Macdonald's defense at play here. And these are the kind of games that you can run against a quarterback like this. Very hard to deal with. Where do you go? Your hot's taken away. You got zone across the board, 3 pass rushers, but there's instantaneous pressure. Not easy. One could almost say maybe it's better to first get your offensive line set up rather than putting a young quarterback in that predicament, but it's what happens. Red zone is also a place that you can get a little loose and free with the ball, and you can also trick him. A couple of throws on his books that are close calls, a couple that are just true bad interceptions. Here he's got a press look across the board, one single man on the backside. He's thinking that the corner's going to sink down on the flat route. Instead, the corner climbs to the receiver. Maybe he could have kind of looped this throw in onto the corner and let his man a little bit. It would have made a difference, but he just never sees the man. He just decides prior to the snap he's going to the flat. And Steeler corner basically takes away 2 for 1 here. So he can get a little bit loose down by the goal line. There's a little bit of pressiness to Drake's Maye game, quite frankly. Just a little bit of like, I'm going to just, I shouldn't, I know I probably don't have the ability to do this. I know I'm down by the red zone. I kind of should know better. Let me just try to see if maybe I can fit it in there. I mean, and this is one of those takeaway, one of the things you want to do with them, Josh, take away Josh Allen's easy button. What I mean by that, I have to start this play kind of midstream because it's a long play. You're running a bubble screen. Try to give him a bubble there at the goal line. You're trying to give him an easy button down on the 4-yard line to make this a simpler read for your quarterback. Problem is, Tampa Bay completely snuffs this out. They got 5 guys there all rallying around to go and make the tackle, don't they? So the Buccaneers take away Josh McDaniels' easy button. Maye tries to do more than he should here. Kill the play, take the L. No, I'm going to try to fit it in. I'll throw an interception. Doing too much at times. You can, I think, force him into this predicament, first taking away the run, confusing him with pre-snap looks, not needing to necessarily blitz. Just get him into a stage where he's going to press just a little bit, and I think some good things can happen. He can create some things too. So, look, he's a good player. There's a reason he's an MVP candidate. But there are some of these, I'm going to make a prayer and hope something good happens kind of throws. They're there on the books. Clean pocket. Doesn't have separation. He's throwing this to Mac Hollins, who's, let's just say, not speedily inclined. Just kind of throws it up there. So let's see if somebody's there. Somebody? Anyone? There's these throws on the books too, and they're quite all over the place. Quite all over the place recently. And it's ones I can't always blame him for, because I think a lot of this has to do with the Patriots needing receivers that can actually generate some separation on their route running. And what they're dealing with right now is a lot of guys that aren't necessarily doing that. Mac Hollins has at times where he's just not generating any separation, and it's all on him to like make a contested, kind of a miracle contested catch, which, you know, is hard to kind of constantly, live in that way with it. So I think I showed this one already. I showed this one already. Okay. So not a lot of interceptions from him, but I think you see a couple different things, a little bit of looseness there with him down by the red zone, middle of the field. There's already other plays I could show you a variety where it's not necessarily getting picked, but there's some close calls there, and where it was not necessarily, could have easily have happened. I think that he's going to want to try to take his shots down the field, like you can see on that hero throw he made down there against Buffalo. He's going to take some shots at times in this game. I'm not worried about our guys being able to hold up in coverage down the field. Just this Buffalo crew does not have the guys on the outside that are going to heat you up in the same way other teams have. They do not have the Rams receiving crew. There's not a Puka Nacua or Devontae Adams or anything close to walking out on that field for the New England Patriots. Yeah, Hunter Henry is going to be a bit of a problem in this game a little bit, and that you got to pay attention to him and be aware of him. And he's a complete tight end, and he can do a lot of different things. And last year in that game that we played against the Patriots, he had himself a game, especially in that first half. But Macdonald did find some adjustments into the second half to kind of tamper that down. And I would expect that, they're going to be able to limit him to a degree. I don't think he's going to be able to go off in the same kind of fashion. And the good part is, too, is on the other side of it, you've got two other tight ends there for that team that are not necessarily the best blockers. Austin Hooper can catch some stuff, but I don't think he's the best of blockers. And Jack Westover is an H-back type, too, that's not the best of run blockers out there. So when they are out there, it's not like they're going to dominate their matchup. And Nick Emanwari gets matched up against Westover. He's going to throw him around like a rag doll. And so you do have that still physical edge on this team, and even those nickel looks, they can't throw at you like what the Rams could do with the 13 personnel. Their 12 personnel unit even doesn't have the kind of blockers. The Rams can bring out Davis Allen and Higbee and Colby Parkinson and get you some at least somewhat plus run blockers across the board when they go to those looks. Patriots kind of can't do the same thing. They got Travion Henderson in here this last year to be that, dynamic number 2, to be that Jahmyr Gibbs to their offense. He's just not the same kind of player as a Jahmyr Gibbs. Smaller, not as fast, and a guy that's not as good with the vision and how he uses his speed, and still a work in progress, and rookie year guy. Maybe he'll grow with time on that. He can still be a bit dangerous here and there, but he's a guy that they protect in the playoffs. I think Brendan was saying today he had like five snaps or something like that in the last playoff game where they were really protecting and keeping him off the field. And I think some of it's that pass protection aspect where when he comes on the field now, it just becomes a tell you're going to run the ball to him because we know that you're not going to trust him in pass protection. That's something you do wonder a little bit about coming into this game as well. And maybe another one of those little indicators if he does go out there that you can kind of lean into where it's like, oh, Trayvion's out there, probably going to run the rock. But that is the way I would look to go at this offense in this manner. I think it's a good offense, so I don't know you're going to be able to completely shut them down like you have been able to on some of these other offenses, but there are vulnerabilities and weaknesses. There is 2 rookies starting on the left side of their line. There is an aged graybeard there at right tackle that doesn't move the same as he once did. There's a running back that can be effective, but he can have some fumbleitis issues that you should be able to take advantage of. There is a young quarterback that is as talented as you will find in this sport, the full meal deal. He can scramble and move around, but he tends to scramble and move around to one particular spot on the football field. And there are certain kind of throws he does want to make and certain other type of throws that he's less comfortable in making. It's a wide receiver crew that I am going to say is, yes, pedestrian. And if they're not pedestrian, what do you qualify them as being? Because it's one that does not have a lot of investment. In fact, you could say that they went to the bargain basement bin to put this wide receiver core together. They were a team that was reportedly even in on like an A.J. Brown at the trade deadline, kind of acknowledging, I think, from their own standpoint where this receiving room is at. There's some guys that can make a play here, make a play there, make no mistake about that. But Mac Hollins is going to be having the second most wide receiver snaps in this team for this Patriots squad, this Patriot offense. Put that in your head for a second. He will get the second most amount of wide receiver snaps probably in this game, maybe the number 1, considering how he run blocks. So the dynamicism just isn't quite there, which is why I tried to go to more of the specific places on this defense that you can take a look at, you can go at. Take away the easy plays as much as you can with Josh. You can't take it all away, but you can limit some of that stuff. Control Drake Maye's legs. Heavy cover 6 usage. Make the Patriots execute long drives. Make them work against this defense on long fields. Be very selective in where you go for it. Offensively, be very careful about the turnovers on the short side of the field in this type of game. You make them execute on long drives. I just don't think they can sustain. Creating pressure is a must. And that's done by putting a Derek Hall, Mafe to their either side they need to go. That's to put into Marcus Lawrence and an Uchenna Nwosu to the sides they need to go to. Hall and Law to the blind side, Mafe and Nwosu to the front side. Don't have to overthink that. And then intermix stunts, loops, and twists. So yeah, I say you got to create pressure. It's a must. But I'm giving you the pathway also that I think you can create that pressure. Got to be on guard for trick plays. 3rd down and long doesn't necessarily mean go to blitz central like you might against other teams. Be careful with that. Trust in that front 4. Trust in the front 4 with 2 rookie offensive linemen and a Garrett Bradbury that leaves you wanting at the center position. Leaves you wanting. And if you do this, you take these steps, one by one, you Seattle Seahawks, I believe, will be Super Bowl champions. But we shall see on that. Thank you guys for watching today. Quick thank you as well to the sponsor of the show. Sponsor of the show is, of course, Sleeper. Sleeper is the #1 fantasy app in the game. And they have been so kind, bloody kind, to sponsor the show throughout the course of this year. Very happy to have them on board in that way. I think they're the best sports app in the game because they've got so many different options for some of these other apps that seem so very limited in the options. Almost kind of like they're forcing you to take a bad beat if you can on that. They don't do that here. You can tease things up. You can move things around. You can utilize boosts like I have on my ticket here. I've got Jason Myers with more than a field goal and a half in this game. I think this is certainly one Mike Macdonald takes the points in. Cooper Kupp coming in on 3rd down and Kupp in this game, moving the chains. I think he comes back and factors in as well. Kenneth Walker's been a real force out of the backfield and pass catching in addition to what he's done as with his running. I think that's some way to get some manufactured touches into his hands. So I got him over 21.5 receiving yards. And then I did mention Hunter Henry at over 3.5 receptions, as I do believe that there'll be a lot of trying to utilize him in this attack from a Patriot standpoint, just because as much as anything else, they don't have a whole hell of a lot else to utilize. Also, take advantage, you can see on my ticket here, of the 20% boost. Use my code today, NEST, and they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. But wait, there's more. Yes, there is a free $20, no deposit needed. Just create a login, free $20 entry right now. So $120 to you through me, through the fantasy app Sleeper. When you use that code and create a login today, please do so. See their site for details. Terms and conditions do apply. But thank you to all of you guys for using that code throughout the course of this year. You've been so kind to do so. Very, very much appreciated. Much appreciated. Got a couple donos here I'm behind on. Sorry for that, but had a little bit of what I need to go through today. So let's get to those. And we got Megan up first. Let's go, Megan. So very kind. As always here, Megan. I really appreciate you. Very, very kind. Says, can't stay long as I'm back at work. I'm getting a little nervous, but still have faith in slinging Sammy D and Coach Mike. Can't wait to host the Lombardi in the Niners' backyard and celebrate the 50th anniversary in style. Amen, Megan. And sorry, a little slow to get to the dono on this one, but I was walking out there today. I was rocking my 12 is 1 down here in San Diego. So I was going to the grocery store and getting some items, getting prepped up already a little bit for the weekend, Megan. And I got asked on 2 separate spots. Went to 2 separate spots and people were like, you're nervous for the game? You got to be a little nervous. My hand will be shaking. I'm finding myself, as I've kind of been with this team over about the last 5 games, and I don't know if it's the second Ram game that did this to me, but I find myself in a position of just really feeling with a quiet confidence with this team walking into it. And I have been doing nothing but for the last week and a half trying to break down this matchup in my mind from every different angle and to not allow myself to sort of dance in the lilies, if you were, Megan, as far as, getting caught up in this aspect that we're just so much far in a way the more dominant team. I don't want to do that. I'm really fighting that urge. But whether I'm fighting that urge or not, it's been harder for me to quite get to a nervous state on this one. It will be probably as we get a little bit more lead into the game. But as I guess I've just been in with the thinking cap and not, there's no kind of emotionality as much. I think as much of the emotions get back into this in the weekend, that's when this will start to come a be for me. But as I get into just looking at this analytically and turning everything over, I just struggle so much. And Brendan was doing the same today on the B&B show, where it's just, we're all that I talk to on this matchup and whoever covers this team, I think is just really having a hard time and not feeling like you're inventing ghosts a little bit here. In the way that you just look up and down, left and right at this matchup at every different angle and direction at it. You come at it at every turn going, advantage Seattle, advantage Seattle, advantage Seattle, advantage Seattle, advantage Seattle, advantage Seahawks. Another advantage for Seattle, that right there. Drake Maye's shoulder didn't practice all last week. Another advantage for Seattle. And so, I'm trying to fight up against that. It's probably going to be a dogfight when it all gets said and done. It's probably going to be a close matchup. Probably going to take everything in us to go get the win in this one. But it does have me, at least in the moment, a little bit calm and at ease, Megan, in where I'm at. But it would also be amazing to be able to raise Lombardi in the Niners' backyard. They have been suffering through it this week, as I was showing on the roundup a couple days ago. People with memes out here on Reddit. Niner fans forced to watch the Seahawks in the Super Bowl in their home field here. A little meme from Casino. And you got Al Pacino here crying as the Seahawks emblem being painted into Levi Field. It's been a very satisfying year, Megan. It really has. And 50th anniversary, nonetheless, at the very same time. So we'll see what goes down. But I got faith in slamming Sammy D and Mike. I think that they along with a lot of other leaders on this team, have them locked in the right state of mind. And I think this team's going to be ready to play. I think they're going to come out flying around and playing fast and loose and free. And I'm looking forward to this game from that standpoint. I think New England will give us a good fight, and Vrabel's going to have his team prepared too. Make no mistake about it. Not as much as anything might have them in this. This is a team that does not necessarily beat themselves. But I do have a lot of faith, Megan, that we're going to be able to pull this one out. I thank you, though, for the $100 donation. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for your support. And I'm really hoping we get this one because, boy, this would make it just the perfect finish to the season at this point. And so much to revel in throughout the course of the offseason if we did, as far as what it took to get this win and the journey that it was undertaken and how almost impossible it seemed from so many people's standpoint to get to this place, and yet you got here. Very, very cool. Thank you, though, Megan. Megan, thank you as well for the 48 months as a Hawks Nest member, that long-time support. B, I keep hearing about DVOA. What is that? So DVOA, let me give you the meaning. All right. So DVOA's meaning is defensive adjustment value over average, an advanced metric that measures a team or player's efficiency on every play, comparing it to the league-wide average baseline based on down distance and opponent strength. It adjusts for situational factors like weather or turnovers to show which team performs best per play rather than total yards. So it's essentially trying to take qualitatively a lot of data into account in order to give you something more accurate than just a blind stat that might not tell you everything about it, right? So if you have a quarterback go out there and throw for 350 yards, how did he get that 350 yards? Was his team down by 28 points for a lot of the game and he was throwing constantly? And then if that's the case, that then neutralizes and removes down some of how we would view that day versus if it was 350 yards and 3 touchdowns and like what Sam just did, for instance. And so what this attempts to do is kind of bake some of that data into how it accounts for the statistics and take all of the data and kind of ground it all down to a bottom baseline number that can give you a complete snapshot of a whole team. And so it is, it's one that's a bit of a newish stat, Megan. It does similarly for the spirit of the total team concept. It kind of does what QBR is attempting to do for the quarterback position, or what quarterback rating was attempting to do for the quarterback position. Because remember, with quarterback rating for years with quarterbacks, you'd have just yards, touchdowns, interceptions. And that was all you had to kind of look off of a quarterback to determine how good or bad they were. And then somebody invented the rating, quarterback rating. And then somebody else came along and said, that's not good enough. It doesn't take enough data into account. And then they came up with the QBR. And likewise, what you have with the DVOA is the same thing. Essentially, analytics trying to find a way to find those inroads to really, truly gather the right assessment for a team from a value-based standpoint. And what's cool with DVOA is that it is also a metric that it puts up against itself year in and year out. So it's not just one that measures up against each team in the season itself, but you can measure up, historically speaking, going back to I think it's 1970 or something, because they've gone back and looked at all of that data. Great question, Megan. And History Worth, thanks for the $2 donation. It says, walking back home after all of martini. Have fun. Well, thank you for that. It sounds like a delicious martini at that. I hope you're having a good one out there, Industry Worth. Good to see you in the house. Appreciate you. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation. I said it once, I'll say it again. Hawks 38, Pats 12. You're touching on it, Peter. It's hard not to have that kind of confidence in this game. Walking into it just is. And I'm fighting against it at every turn myself. But as I put these teams together and this matchup together, it is one where I can certainly see the pathway to this being one where the Seahawks run away with it. I won't necessarily be that where I'm going to bottom line predict this, but I can certainly see it happening because there's just not a lot in this that's set up necessarily in the Patriots' favor. Really does angle towards the Seahawks. But I love your prediction, Peter. And Peter with another $2 donation, 2 more $2 donations. Thank you for both of these two, Peter. He says, long Super Bowl day for the Pats. Don't want us at SoFi too. And he says, Jason's Garrett interview of Sam is a must watch. I will definitely check that out. Garrett usually knows some of the good questions to ask to those quarterbacks and does a pretty good job with that stuff. Peter, you're very kind. And definitely, if we win this one, there's the potentiality you can go back to back and then go into SoFi Stadium, Los Angeles, which is where the Super Bowl will be held next year. So a chance to really, really bring this into form in a fine way. But I could see it being that way. I think that there's going to be a heavy reliance on a second-year quarterback in Drake Maye, who's maybe not 100% and who's obviously still learning in the ropes and figuring out his way. They have to carry this load for this team and the Patriots, and that's a lot to ask on a second-year guy like this. It's not even like a Tom Brady coming in there just managing a run game, limiting down his attempts, and asking him to literally be that game manager initially. They ask much more of Drake, and he's got to be a little bit of that miracle man. And it's hard to see. Thank you for the note, though, folks. And do check out that Jason Garrett, Sam Darnold interview that just dropped today. And I will do so as well, Peter, after the show. Thank you for the suggestion, man. Appreciate you. And you're very kind on the donos. Got any questions for Brandon? Just Brando, Hawks Nest. We'll go for a little bit tonight. Probably not super as long this evening, but we'll go for a little bit here. Tony Wright, good evening, Brandon, and much congrats again to you, your fans, and your team for being the NFC's representative in Super Bowl 60. Well, thank you for that, Tony. You've been around here for many years on this side of it, and you know how satisfying this definitely has been to be able to experience this. We're definitely soaking it up, man. We're enjoying it, and feel really good about our ball club coming into this. So hopefully we'll represent the NFC well in this game, as we're feeling pretty confident. Hawks Nation. Eagles offensive line coach Jeff Stoutland will no longer be the Eagles offensive line coach. Maybe an opening there for us if we do lose Benton on this. So something to track and monitor. And maybe not necessarily just because he's not a good coach, but as much because of a little bit of a dysfunctional situation there offensively for the Eagles. Let's call it that. Tony says, I've heard the 49er fans are all into their feelings that you would win a world championship in their stadium. And they are. They're not liking it. It's not going down well. And I can't blame them. I would not. I mean, I used to think it was bad having to watch teams eat turkey on your field during Thanksgiving. You can go have a buffet on my field compared to this. They were joking that they're going to have to power wash the stadium after we're in it. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. And I've said, Tony, it's forever known now as Hawks House if we win the Super Bowl here, because you don't get to name your stadium if your greatest rival, wins a Lombardi in your house. I think if that doesn't earn naming rights, I don't know what does. Double, I was more nervous about the 49ers Rams game. I was definitely on the Rams game way more nervous. It's like, we got. Oh, Greasy says, I feel you, B. I'm trying to tap the brakes, old Greasy. I'm trying not to be. I'm trying, man. I'm losing the war, though. It's just it's the more tape I watch on the Patriots, I from the moment I flicked it on, I went, this is what we're dealing with? Twice quiet confidence is right, Brandon. Your defense is going to go off one final time to close this season. 6 sacks. Stay tuned. This ain't going to help, Tony. You're Falcon fan gassing up Hawk fans. We're already trying to stop ourselves from being gassed up. This ain't going to hold me back. You ain't slowing. I'm trying to slow myself down, man. You're just going to kind of increase me back up. But I'm glad to hear it's not just local fans seeing it the same way on this game coming into it. You're better in all three phases. You just are. You're playing your best brand of football right now. The Patriots are quantitatively not playing their best football of the year right now. I mean, those indicators and factors enough could be enough, but you can go into the intricacies and the depths and the type of coverages we run and how we go about our business on both sides of the ball. And I just don't see any way that it's set up for an inroads for the Patriots here. And I certainly could see us generating those sacks where you got a center playing left guard and as a rookie. We've seen how this looks. Y'all remember the Ethan Posick days. How did that look? Yeah, how did that go? One thing when those guys are going against a middle-of-the-road NFL player on a given Sunday, week 8, it's quite another when it's Leonard Williams across from you. And then when it's not Leonard Williams, it's Jaron Reed. When it's not Jaron Reed, it's Byron Murphy. Rookie, should be center, playing left guard. T-Rex armed left tackle, and you've got uber long-armed, powerful men off the edges. It's not well situated. It's really not well situated. Besides his Hawks Nest, you picked a great year to join the roundtable. I did, man. I did indeed. We joined last year, though. I was on it last year for most of the year, but a good time. Good time to be on the roundtable, that's for sure. I agree with you here, Zenquar Doom. The Rams are better than the Pats. Just is. Just are. Almost there, Kevin. Almost there. Jason says they're going to run a lot of underneath and flat routes in and out of the backfield. Agreed. I think you're going to get a lot of usage of that. Throws to the flats. Those arrow routes that you can run with running backs. Start out, cut inside. Hope to catch us where we're dropping to depth in coverage. Definitely going to intermix a lot of that. Those are those easy plays that Josh will definitely script up here and there. And you can mitigate, only so much of that to a degree. They're going to find some victories in there with that. Beer says, go Hawks, 12s. Super Bowl can't get here fast enough. Ready to lose my voice again at the casino, screaming after every Seahawks touchdown. Let's go. First side, when did I join the roundtable? I did last year, probably like a week or two into the season. Something like that. Grandizer Hawks Nest. Yep, I can see another Bears versus Pats 1985 Super Bowl. Pats just getting destroyed over by halftime. I can certainly see it being a possibility here. You got a buzzsaw of a team that you put together here, and maybe some magical thing happens where they lose the spirit over a 2-week period. I just don't see the signs of that in this team. I think that they would have shown that penchant throughout the course of this year if that was really the way that they were wired as a team in full. They've just got it. And this is one where I try to also say this for as much confidence as I have on this. I don't know if it carries into multiple years. It's not to say it from the standpoint of, we've got a dynasty in the making here. Let's lock into just this year. I'm just saying that in this thing that's so hard to capture in this sport, which is to get the connective tissue through all of the 70 guys that you got from on your roster to practice squad type guys, all of those guys that you got connected in to practice hard, to play hard, to be connected in spirit, to doing all they can to be their possibly best at every turn throughout the course of the season. And that permeates through the ball club constantly and on down from the coach. And that it is something that is an ideal and that you would like to think every team capture it. They don't. It is a very rare thing. Makes it this precious thing. It's why I can't look into this and say, well, this definitely happens into year 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. And we got a 4-year run like no other here set up. Quite the opposite. It's you have captured this lightning in the bottle at this point, and you're holding on the bottle and it's cackling in the jar and you're like, oh, and it's going to burst through eventually. Just hold it long enough to get through the end of the season a little bit. And maybe you can even a little longer into a couple of years and keep that frame of mind, stay in that, as I've called it, that zone. But it's hard. But this team has captured that. They really have. And it is that's made us Hawk fans super confident in them. It's not merely the 14 wins in the first time in franchise history. It's not merely having not lost a game since that Rams game back in week 11. It's the fact that they just look so good all the way around with so very little to no weakness. You even heard it from a Fred Warner talking about it this week. He gets interviewed and they're like, what's their weakness? And he's like, well, they got there's the thing with them over at the one spot, when they got to go to when they're in the look with the sometimes you can catch them. I kind of think about it. I don't know if there's a lot of weaknesses there, Bob. It was a little bit like that moment from Fred. And I don't think he said that happily. I don't think that was just like, and they've got no weaknesses. Our greatest rival winning a Super Bowl in our house. How awesome. I don't think he was doing it from that standpoint. It was really Fred going, yeah, they're really good. And they've this is what they've ascended to. This is what they have become. And I hope they can keep the spirit now through this game on down the line for years to come. But I do know without a shadow of a doubt that it can be almost a impossible type of spirit for NFL teams to capture, especially this day and age with this generation of player that can so easily be distracted, that has every kind of pull that you could imagine at you to take you away from this very concept I'm talking about. So it has me ultimately confident to the nth degree, but I think it's kind of earned. And quiet confidence, what I come back to, and the team's just been emoting that for a long period of time here. Or besides this, Jesse going viral with the poem is awesome. 1.3 million views is nuts. It is. It's hilarious. Jesse did a Seahawks poem on TikTok, and he was at 1.3, probably up to like 1.5 now. And this season's awesome. I got a 49er fan to write a poem about our starting quarterback, and 1.3 million people decide to watch. Oh, life is pretty good right now. Pretty good. Abdi B, I think the mismatch is that Pat's defense have not faced Shanahan and Kubiak McVay kind of offense this year. True enough, man. They haven't faced as good an offense. The Patriots beat one team with a winning record in the regular season. That was their strength of schedule. 9 coaches from teams they played during the regular season this year have been fired. That is the schedule they played against. And you're right. There's a lot of teams on there that are offensively deficient in a lot of different ways that they got to face through those matchups. And this is going to be a different kind of attack all the way around. I think that there's a speed here at play to this offense that I don't know that the Pats are really used to or ready for. I think you're really going to be able to challenge them to the edges on this defense. They've got some really good disciplined players, good tacklers, guys that are smart, guys that'll be in the right spot. But do they have the burst and juice to run with this outside zone scheme and get off our second level climbers? I'm not so sure. Big Italy, why are the Pats fans so effing cocky and arrogant? They're so confident. For what reason? You win all these Super Bowls in the last 15 years, and that's a long period of run. What did Brady have? 7 Super Bowl wins. They probably got to almost 10 of them. I mean, you go that often. I mean, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think that you get to that many Super Bowls, you're probably going to have a little bit of that. We'll call it confidence, like you say, a lot of confidence. You'll probably be a little cocky on that if you got that many that you've been to, and now you get to go back again with a whole different crew. You probably start to feel like you're a little bit sun-kissed, or there's like a fade aspect almost to it, I guess, a little bit. Not that I agree with that, but I can see how they're feeling themselves. I can see that. They thought they were going to be back in for a long run of darkness here, and now they're right back in it. Monte, if we could win back-to-back at Levi and SoFi, and I get to do it the whole way on the round table every step of the way, every week, and celebrating it, I'll be enjoying it the most. Like Pulp Fiction, like, you be enjoying it the most. I'm like, yes, I would be. Yeah, I think Kevin, with that offensive line coach, did he leave because Sirianni's horrible? That's the first thing that would go to my mind. It's not like he hasn't proven himself as a absolutely top standard type offensive line coach. So what the hell's at play, huh? HHGB, I got a question. You're on the 1 yard line, 20 seconds left. Seriously. We need to, any reporter that asks that again, to just take him out back and smack him over the head. Levi Stadium's a turd house. 49ers are throwing salt on the field at night. A lot of sage, Grandizer. A lot of sage. Kevin says, be another question. So you're on the 20 yard line. What are you going to do? Here we go again. Didn't May get sacked in each of the games? Each of the playoff games? I mean, it sounds right. I certainly collected what seemed like an infinite number of sacks there. Let's double check though. So Bronco game. Bronco game is a yes. Yeah, Texans game's got to be a yes. And they had like 6 sacks, didn't they? Yeah, 5 sacks as well in the Texans game. And the Chargers. San Diego Superchargers. Yes, good call on that one. So 5 sacks the last 3 games. Definitely the offensive line's been struggling. And it's not just one guy. There's a couple guys here having some issues. And, it's kind of like sort of like the inverse of Seattle. Like Seattle's solid all the way around, except sometimes a little bit with Bradford. There can be some touchiness. They're kind of like questionable all the way around, and they've got their one bit of solidness with Emma Nwanu, the right guard there. He's kind of the one guy that does kind of hold up, but even he can be a little bit caught at times when it comes to the stunt and loop stuff too, as I showed in the cut-ups there. So yeah, Marvel, it's been a thing. Chris says most of the nation outside of Mostowitz are pulling for Hawks, with the exception of one Dingleberry trainee at my work. He's been dealt with. Grandizer, Hawks Nest, Al Pacino on the Super Bowl matchup, and who is he rooting for, and score prediction. I've never seen a mismatch like this before. Hooah! I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a beatdown start to finish, my friend. Why? Better team always wins. No fight, no scratch, no need to bite. Just get in there and win. Seattle, I'm telling you now. Oh, how good they are. Oh, they're going to take them to town. 37, Seattle. Hooah! Al Pacino is going to tell you who's going to win. The Seattle Seahawks got what it takes from the start of the season. No problem. Al's going all in. He's all in on Seattle. Samuel says, B, why is the media talking about Gonzalez like he's prime Sanders? I don't think I am being a homer when I say they are not the same echelon of player. Indeed, they're not the same echelon of player. I think that the media is struggling on this game in the same way that I'm struggling, but they don't get to kind of do what I get to do, which is just like, yeah, we're awesome. We're gonna run through this. That's their job, is to generate excitement and to generate buzz for this football game. And there's not a lot of buzz or excitement you're generating by being like, we got a second-year quarterback figuring it out. I got a defense that's kind of devoid of a lot of difference-making talent except for this outside corner. So let's just glom onto the good that we can talk about. And that's probably a lot about what's driving this, and I can't blame them for that on it, because I would struggle in the same way if I was trying to really like parse together the manner by which this is a win. I mean, it's even for those people that are pro-Patriot people, it's like, we're gonna Mike Vrabel learned from Bill Belichick, and he picked up all his tricks of the trade. And Josh McDaniels, he did too. He's 10 Super Bowls between the two. He's going to have the perfect game plan drawn up. Macdonald, he don't know nothing. He never been in this. He don't understand a thing. There'll be a lot of that bump to bump stuff. It ain't going to actually be like breaking down the matchup per se. They just can't do it. Nobody can do that in that way. So I think that they're artificially dressing it up. They know they're artificially dressing it up, but I don't know if we can blame them for dressing it up. Gonzalez is a top-end corner. He's not Patrick Surtain. And there's a reason the Seattle Seahawks took Devin Witherspoon over the top of him, because though he can here and there play a little bit of man coverage, he's a guy that wants to be an off coverage in zone. And he's a zone corner. And Deion Sanders was a lockdown man, mano-a-mano kind of guy. And that's what he ran. So, the comparison isn't fit. They try to do a little bit of Darrelle Revis, but even that doesn't fit, because Revis could do a lot of man end zone stuff together. So, he's a really good player. But I think this is what you have to do when you've got, no other difference makers across the board. I mean, how much can you talk about Milton Williams before you're like, all right, I'm kind of like, he's a good player, but he's not like the best defensive tackle in the sport here, right? Matthew says, y'all walk away with this handily, barring some football god's curse miracle. Another outsider. As a Rams fan with Matthew saying this. So from your lips to my ears, Matthew, I hope you're right. Robert says, Jared Wilson played at left guard at Georgia first. He only played center 1 year. Yeah, but he's much better suited on the tape to play center than he is guard. So there's a reason that Georgia transitioned him into center, right? So he would have stayed out at left guard if that was the better position to be in for him. But they moved him in there because it's just not his best spot. And when you watch him on tape, he looks like a guy that should be more into that phone booth size area, Robert, more than he should be in the area of where he's got to start to drift out wide in a pass set. And the more you get out as a guard from center, the wider you got to kind of use that lateral agility. And I would reckon to guess that was probably a little bit at the heart as to why Georgia moved him into center in the first place. Grant as a Hawks Nest, I tried to talk the NFL draft football with a few Seahawks fans, and they said, hey, not worrying about that right now. We got a Super Bowl to win. Ask me in 2 weeks. Yeah, I haven't delved into too much draft talk kind of for some of this reason a little bit. People are locked in the right way they should be. So you just go, hey, I understand. Well, we got plenty of time for the draft stuff, so we'll cover it for sure. And yeah, people are in. They're ready for the Super Bowl. Did you see the NFL covered Purdy's picture with Sam? That's pretty funny on the Levi Stadium. Matthew says, Mike is right. Sometimes you just have the perfect season, kind of like Joe Burrow, LSU championship. Yeah, sometimes it's just that you have those years that go that way, and everything just comes together. And certainly the team makes it happen too. And that there's a lot of elements, I think, to this, Matthew. It's kind of like a mixture of ingredients. And you end up getting the perfect thing, and a little bit too much of one ingredient can kind of soil the whole thing. It's very, as I say, precious a little bit, but you just kind of sense it when you are kind of having those teams ride in that particular wave, don't you? Chivo says putting up 50 just because. Oh. Matthew Plowden, thank you for a couple $2 donations, Matthew. And it's great to see you in the house, brother. Says, get them damn Patriots. Hate them more than y'all. Oh, wow. Okay. We got you, Matthew. We got you. Hey, we got some skin in this game, man. We got some vengeance that's going to be served on a very cold dish here. So we're definitely amped up to go after and get this team. But it does feel like, to your point a little bit, Matthew, like it's kind of nice going into a Super Bowl feeling like you've got a lot of the country kind of at your back. We went into that Steelers Super Bowl, for instance, against them. It kind of felt like it was a little split, It's like, we got some people at our back here. LOB one felt like we had a lot of people kind of in spirit with us, but we certainly, it does feel like you got a lot of the map here. I'm down in San Diego, and people are giving a lot of love out walking about my Hawk gear. So it's kind of cool. It's cool. We got the national audience at our back a little bit, and maybe that can help us give us a little bit of wind to the sails. Matthew, thank you for another $2 dono. Says, now, Mike, the Rams are the greatest rival. Mike Macdonald are the greatest rival. Yeah, they're going to be the greatest rival for the next foreseeable future. The Rams have been the great rival for us, and that's just been because of that, as much what happened in the 2010s. But I think this thing between Sean McVay and Mike Macdonald is really going to grind into that rival point. And as much because I think that there's going to be more of that tit for tat that exists there. I think the 49ers are capable of it, but the Niners just have a bit of a longer road to put everything kind of back together again. Humpty Dumpty's a little bit broken. And it doesn't mean that they can't glue that thing and find some, tape here and put this together there, but it's just, you can see much more of where the pathway is going to be set for a Rams team that's going to have a couple first round picks, probably going to have Stafford coming back, going to have some money to spend this off season. That's the one where it's not going away anytime soon. And let's face it, Matthew. LaFleur, Cardinals. Good luck. You know what I mean? Good luck, LaFleur. That's all I'm going to say on that. Just, not even a maybe. Just kind of a good luck. Okay. Good. That was a choice, Mr. LaFleur. That was a very French choice of you. Very French choice of you. Le Fleur. It's not Le Fleur. It's Le Fleur. Gonna have a flu after you took that job. Oh. Devo Martzall, thank you for the 20. I said a $20 donation from Devo, one of our old school OGs in the house, dropping love and support as he's done for years. You're awesome, Devo. Appreciate you, man. Yo, Brandon. All these years watching you, and we finally get to watch our boys in the Super Bowl together. Pump for us and the rest of the community you've built. What a time to be a Seahawks fan. Here we go again. Go Hawks! Well, I echo everything that you just said, and it's the part about this that you get a little bit, you almost get a little bit of the lump in your throat a little bit as you think about this. And the many years that we've been doing this together, and that, this is a channel that's all about interaction in what I do. That's what it's become, and it really became that early on here, and it became about that interaction within this community. And as I always say, it is this community that makes this channel go. I'm a part of this, but we're all just a part of this that makes this thing roll. And it makes this satisfying on so many levels to get this win this year, because we have gone through a little bit of the sub darkness to get here over this last 10-year period, and so many painful, white knuckle decisions that had to be made through that time period to get here, that you get to be on the right side of, but to also go with it step for step and beat for beat with folks like yourself within this community. And that the suffering that we have, we suffer together, and that the celebrations we have, we celebrate together, and that we haven't gotten to get to that ultimate success, and we've been cracking along wondering how and long, and would it ever be again, and could this ever be an opportunity that we have in our midst and a chance again, and turning all of that over, and all of that tumultuousness, and all of those discussions, and all of those talks, and all of those 8 and 9 and 10-hour live stream shows. And here we are years later with this thing moving in the right direction with one game away from that ultimate prize. And to be able, like you say, to experience it together this next Sunday, to all be as one here, 12 as one here on this channel. It puts a big smile on my face. And this is why I have the greatest job in the world. It's the greatest job in the world, whether you're going to Super Bowls or not, from my perspective. I just get to cover football. But to do this while my team is going to the height of heights, and to have it with my people, my community, my fellow Seahawks fans, my brothers and sisters, step for step. My fandom is one that I get to have interconnected in this community with all of you guys, which is so unique, where we're all watching in typically a football game on our own. You're just watching the TV, and maybe you got a brother or sister with you, or a friend or family, but we got thousands, that come on in. And that to me is just awesome. And I love what we got here, man. And we get the Super Bowl win. We're going to enjoy it as much as anybody. You'll be watching as an outside fan right now of a different team going, are they really going to enjoy this? I mean, they've been to 4 Super Bowls here in 20 years now. This will be their 2nd Super Bowl win. Are they really going to savor this? Yeah. I think we're one of those select fan bases that, even though we've had this success, still yet understands how valuable this is and how unique this is, and what makes this a special experience to be able to go through it. And that every step of the way will all the more have you just going, feels good. Man, it feels good. But what a time to be a Seahawks fan. We got the 3rd youngest roster in the NFL. We're the favorites to go win this Super Bowl. We got a lot of roads to go in and getting this victory this Sunday. And Devo, we get to experience it all together, man. I look forward to seeing you this Sunday. I really look forward to this game. I look forward to this whole community being able to really just enjoy this game and go get this win, man. Go Hawks, brother. Go Hawks. Thank you for all of your support through these years. So many donations. A member for how long, to the nth degree, have you been on the channel in that way? You're amazing, man. I really appreciate you. June 32nd, B. Witherspoon had a rough beginning to the Rams last game, but the way he kept his head and didn't shrink under pressure despite that, he's a dog. Indeed, Witherspoon is a dog. One of my favorite players, maybe my favorite player on the team. And they did catch him mic'd up after the game on that, where somebody's asking about it, and he said just what I said on the live stream doing the play-by-play. Just fell down. And you never see Witherspoon do that type of thing in coverage. Very, very unusual. Just kind of a freak moment, freak thing happened. A couple plays that just were a little bit weird, but that's Witherspoon's fight and what he gives you. I mean, you could see it in a guy when he rallies up the tackle and he's coming a million miles an hour up to go make the tackle, and the guy looks like he's about to slip away, but he's still finding a way with legs and arms and everything else to just wrap himself around the guy and bring him down. And Witherspoon's just going to find a way. And he's got that same kind of perseverance of spirit that permeates on down through this team. He is an absolute, as you say, dog. And he's a guy that, wouldn't surprise me the least if goes out there and has a real big game this Sunday, because he's a guy that's also been just dancing around the edges of a couple of interceptions here over the past couple of games. Very good. And you're right, Robert. Can't fault Patriots for the schedule they play. I wouldn't on that. I think that they're still a legitimately good team, but it is also, I think it's a thing worth noting as well, to where when the schedule is so set up to be that well, that is a factor when you talk about two different teams facing each other, where the Seattle Seahawks, I think, according to DVOA, just played the 12th hardest regular season schedule in NFL history. And so you have one team on one end of this and another team on the other end of that. And that is a factor that, it's kind of not nothing, so to speak. Grandizer Hawks Nest, can we talk about your channel growth during this time? Where did you start at in subs at the beginning of the year and to now? Will you get over 22K or even 25,000 subs at the Super Bowl? So I think we started out this off season. I think we were at 19.5, like in Marchish. Whoa, you okay? Kitty? I think we're about 19,500 or something like that. We're about 100 away right now from 22,000. So please do sub up if you get a chance, folks, as we're very close to 22,000 subscribers. We'll probably finish off, by Super Bowl Sunday, we'll probably be just a little bit above that. So, about 2,500, subscribers. Their subs are pretty hard to come by. They're very tough. People are very, hesitant on hitting that sub button. But, what has stood out is that we've had pretty good, steady, consistent growth throughout the channel here. And we are absolutely obliterating records. I mean, we're almost doing, just on the channel alone, not even the Facebook or the TikToks or any other spots like Twitter. We're doing something like, 700,000 views on the channel a month right now. So those are really good numbers for the channel. That's by far a record. I think even coming into this year, like our record on the channel would have been like maybe 300,000 or something, 325 or something on like the best of the best months. So we're definitely on the viewership wise clicking it up a notch on that area of things. But, it just goes kind of steady. It's just always kind of chipping along steady. Seahawks edits. Brandon, what are your thoughts on Malachi Nelson, the receiver out of Malachi Fields, the receiver out of Notre Dame? He was probably arguably the best wide receiver at the Senior Bowl, I would say. He's got good size to him. He's got a lot of traditional things from the receiver position that you would like: body control, route running, fairly solid hands, very athletic player, a very smooth wide receiver, which is what helps him a little bit in the route running at times. Probably a guy that I would put into more of like a third round range of things. He's going to be a guy that testing is going to be very important for how fast he's going to come off and being that. I don't see a lot of limitations in his game necessarily. I don't see a lot of great strengths either. He's not going to be a burner. He'll have fine speed. He's not going to be hyper quick. He's going to have fine quickness. Probably the better stuff that, he's going to do is ball tracking and ability to adjust his body in the air to make some tough catches when he needs to at times. Stuff that really stood out. He had that one really nice catch at the Senior Bowl, maybe the play of the whole Senior Bowl down the middle on the deep throw where he had to lay out Superman style for it. But he's a guy that I still do need to do a little bit more of a deep dive on with him. But very impressed with him at the Senior Bowl. And I'll say this, there was a lot of receivers that were not impressive at the Senior Bowl. So it was good to see him. Good to see him stand out there. He's a good player. Micah says, your Al Pacino impression sounds like you during the Rams 49ers game a couple of months ago. Probably. I slip into Al every once in a while. He's always there, below the surface, lingering down low. It's not my best impression, though. I'll admit that. Manny, Eagles old line coach is legit. Definitely would be a target if you happen to have Benton go. Where was that? I was reading a story earlier about how Kubiak was going to take Aiden Dirty with him to Vegas. We might need a bunch of new coaches. Maybe. You never know with that. He gives him play calling, you know. You never know. Yeah, Wilson's not too good. HHG, call-in show. We can try to get a call-in show in. HHG, what happened, I got thrown off. Originally, we were going to do the Seahawks Syndicate on Wednesday. We had to get to push the Syndicate to Thursday. So we're starting the Syndicate now at 5 o'clock. Maybe we could do it on Thursday night. I've got to kind of find a way to fit it in. But the schedules got thrown off this week a little bit with trying to get all the shows scheduled up. And I don't get it because I'm kind of at the behest of a couple other guys' schedules and their limitations on when they can go live and kind of when they can. I got to kind of fit around that. So we can maybe try to do a call-in show early afternoon tomorrow. I'll tell you what, I'll set that up tonight where we can try to do it, fit one in before the show tomorrow, but we got the show at 5 o'clock tomorrow for the Syndicate. So, and that's going to go a couple hours, and I don't think I'm going to want to do a call-in show at 9 because that thing's going to go another 3 hours. So we'll probably have to get a little creative with this. Tim, am I streaming the Super Bowl? I am not only streaming the Super Bowl, we will be streaming about an hour, maybe even earlier on Sunday. So it's going to be a long day in that way. And I'm going to try if I can. If we get the Super Bowl win, folks, I'm going to do my best. We're going to try to do a 24-hour victory stream straight through. So we start out at 2 o'clock and try to go to 2 o'clock the next day, Tim, if yours truly can pull it off. If I can hang. I've gotten pretty good before. We've done good, I think, 13, 14 hours before. So I just got to go 10 more. What's 10 more? It's been hard to mock, not knowing if we keep our first. True. And you're right to think we might not have that thing. Manny, Gonzalez can get God and man, plus Shaheed can outrun anyone. That 9 routes are going to be there, but I would love to see Sam put it more out there so Shaheed doesn't have to slow down for it. Yeah, it's something that does drive me a little bit crazy with modern day quarterbacks is that there's less of an attempt at times to try to really put it out in front of those guys in those deep throws. And I think especially when they see them generate the separation that Shaheed generated a couple of weeks ago, you just want to make sure you get the throw in there and you don't overthrow him because you're trying to get him too far out in front. So I do get it from their standpoint on it with that. But I do agree with you that I think that the Shaheed plays are going to be open. I think you're going to see Vrabel shift a lot of the coverages over to JSN at times, and then that's going to leave something open. There's a price to be paid for doing that. And we showed the Rams last week that it can be a big price at that. Shaheed's a guy that, when I look at this game, I think about a Shaheed or a Kenneth Walker as guys that would be very much right there at the forefront for me for potential Super Bowl MVPs or guys that could have really big games for you by the way that this matchup is set up right now. And you're right about Gonzalez getting gotten man. I watched a lot of tape with Gonzalez out there at college in Oregon, and he's a very fine corner, and he does a lot of really good things, but he's also a guy that is he is also a guy that does not necessarily want to play a lot of man coverage stuff. So that would be the place to me where you catch him in man, I'm going to attack him in that. That's not his bread and butter. Mike and Levi about to be filled with mostly Hawk fans. Nothing would put a bigger smile on my face than seeing a sea of blue out there come Sunday. I'm going to be looking for that, see how many Patriots are actually in the crowd. Seahawks show, if not Dunker, I really want us to draft the Toledo safety. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, isn't that the guy? Yeah. Highest graded safety in football. I call him a wonderful, reckless force in my notes, Seahawks Shoy. Play with his hair on fire kind of strong safety whose quicks and speed give him maximum explosiveness when he arrives to light you up. Whether in his best interest or not, he'll then also lead with his head, but it's like he's looking to cause mayhem, legally, of course. One of the best in the draft at forcing fumbles, 8 in his career in 3 starting years, and he's got the Peanut Pillman punch down pat. He can also just he always does a good job putting his head on the ball too. Kind of one of those guys that can kind of stick the head right on the ball carrier, but he's very good at forcing fumbles. Barely targeted this last season. He's a lot of fun, man. He's a lot of fun. How can you not like the way that he plays on the field too? Boy, he gets after it. Matthew says, sorry, Brandon, I had Mike from NFC West around. Okay, I was throwing off. I was like, is Mike in the chat? Dolphin says, you still like our chances of getting Max after Jay Glazer says he wants out? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people in this chat that'll tell you that they were pushing back on me when I said that Max Crosby is going to get moved. It's happening. So this news that comes out today is absolutely no surprise to me whatsoever. It was always going this way. The hard part about this is not going to be whether or not Seattle wants to go get Max Crosby. They're going to want to go get Max. They're going to be in on the deal. But is Seattle going to be... Hey! That's getting after it. Is Seattle going to be as desperate or hot to trot on this deal as another team? So Dolphin, for instance, did the Rams look at this and they see us raise and lift the Lombardi Trophy, and that you see that then spurn on a team like the Rams to get much more aggressive than they typically would? I could kind of see that happening. And they've got 2 first-round picks in this draft. The Philadelphia Eagles, could they look to move an A.J. Brown and pick up a late first-round pick and then package a couple of first-round picks and then go get a Max Crosby, and they need edge help, and that they're willing to give more than we're willing to give? I think that there's definitely a price we're willing to meet, but is there a team that would literally maybe blow the socks off of the Las Vegas Raiders to going and getting Max? And right now, as it looks like to me right now, I just think that if I'm being a gambling man on this, I'm going to gamble that some team's going to come in with some crazy town package. And because they're not going to have to sign Max to a new contract extension, they're going to give up a lot of assets for him. And it just takes one of these teams to get super hyper dumbly aggressive, making one of those just stupid type of trades. And I don't think John's going to do that. Not if he's got a team, especially coming off of a Super Bowl championship. The Wu-Tang Life, how do I feel about Bad Bunny's Super Bowl show? I don't really care. I don't like when any politics gets into football, so I want to keep that out. Whatever music they want to play, they can play the cha-cha-cha for all I care at halftime. I don't want any politics in my football, please. That's all I request. Just let me have my sport, please. Let me have my one little vestige of a spot I can go to that doesn't have to be, something politically this or that, So I don't really care. I'm there for the game. The halftime show's cool. He doesn't do anything for me personally, but I'm an old head, I'd have I'd probably have a grunge band out there or something if I had my brothers do it. Nice, the LaFleur joke kind of made me chuckle. Nice job, B. I get a few every once in a while, man. Hey, Ben, we're going to win the Super Bowl. Patriots maybe look good, but they never let their dark side flow to them, and so they will know the true power of the dark side. I love it, man. Let's go. Jason says, hey, if we won the Super Bowl, how many days after that do they have the parade? Last time it was on Wednesday, Jason. So I'm already doing a little bit of what would tickets be on a Wednesday? What would tickets be on a Tuesday night flight? You know what I'm saying? A little hotel room down in downtown. Just walk outside the hotel and step right on out. You know what I'm saying, Jason? So, yeah, should be Wednesday, and I am definitely going to try to get there to a parade if there is. Got to win the game, though. Got to win the game. Hey, Ben says, bad news, folks. My dad quit living in Alaska, so we have to move back to California. I hated to return to Ram territory. It ain't so bad. It ain't so bad. Look at Daniel. Just read Imanwari has an ankle injury. Any update on the severity? I hadn't heard anything. I think the chat would be bubbling if it was something. It's probably an injury report that came out today. Yeah, limited participation. I wouldn't take too much from it, Fit. They're just being probably very careful with everybody. He's playing, though. Oh, more updates here. Edward, thank you for the $10 donation. Says Nick Imanwari got hurt at practice today. Hope it's nothing serious. Well, that's scary. Thank you for the donation. Looked it up on the report. It said limited, but that could have been he started out practice and then had a little bit of an injury then on that. So we'll have to just kind of hope that everything's okay on that one. What would it be without a bye week injury for our Seahawks? Oh my goodness. So hopefully he's going to be okay and it's nothing too serious, just maybe a little bit of a tweak thing. And they can take care of it on that point because you need Nick Imanwari for this game. So got to get him back out there. Can't be anything serious, hopefully. But I think if it was anything really bad, we probably would have heard at this point if it was something super duper uber serious on that one there, Edward. But thank you for the update on that. Appreciate the $10 donation. And always got to have, I guess, a few little injury scares, don't we? Can't just have a full, clean week of everything's sunshine and roses and wonderful and beautiful, I guess. Makes sense. Jay Melfair, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Jeff Stoutland left the Eagles. Could he be the new offensive coordinator or offensive line coach? Run game coordinator if we lose ours. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Jay. He's one of the best ones in the sport. I don't know, necessarily his fit to outside zone, though I know the Eagles ran a lot of zone through their years there at offense on their line. He is truly one of the best out there and where his reputation is out and how he's considered. So, there's a lot of this that would definitely fit to potentially him being the guy that you could bring in as a replacement, or you're maybe trying to cobble the staff together. Ben goes, but you're going to elevate this guy and then bring him in. And that would certainly soften the landing to bring a guy like Stoutland in if you're going to lose Benton. That's for sure. He's top end. He knows what he's absolutely doing out there. And as we're kind of intimating here a little bit, it's probably less of him leaving because somehow he's not doing his job and more to do with the fact that he doesn't like the tumultuousness that's existing on that Eagles staff right now, especially when it concerns the offensive side of the ball. Ben, 614, thank you for the $5 donation, Ben. He says, 24-hour stream sounds fun. Laughing out loud. Could you play some Madden or stream a Seahawks NFL Films documentary? For example, the Steve Largent one. Go Hawks. M-O-B. Definitely we can maybe do a little bit of, it'd be hard to do maybe we could figure out a little bit of something potentially with the Madden playing. It's kind of hard to do that on that with it, but I can't do the NFL Films just because they would then hit me with the copywritten deal, and that would not be good on that particular stream. So I've got to be a little bit careful on it. But what I will try to do, Ben, is we'll try to bounce around and go through some different content. If we're doing 24 hours, we're not just going to do me yakking away, keep it livened up. If I'm going to be up that long, you know what I mean? So I got a few different ideas. Maybe play a little bit of some other streams in the past, a little bit here and there, mix in a couple of other things. But just try to keep it mixed up a little bit, essentially. You know what I mean, Ben? But I'll try to do, there's some things you can kind of use, some things you can't. But with the NFL film stuff, On certain videos, I don't mind it if it gets captured and they hit you with the copyright because it's not like a strike. It's just that they essentially the monetization gets taken off and then they bury the video on the searches at that point. So that's the real problem with it is the burying of this on the searches as much as anything else. But go Hawks, man. And we will definitely be shooting for a 24-hour stream if the Seahawks team wins. I have to feel I'm going to be operating on cloud nine. It's going to be probably pretty hard for me to sleep anyway, right? So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're gonna get after it. And let's get this win. Come on, let's get this win. Ninjetti, thank you for the $12 donation. Ninjetti, very kind of you. You guys are awesome as ever here. Really appreciate you. Says B, we're short on offensive coordinator options. I'd bring in the only guy who runs the same offense as Kubiak, a former play caller, former offensive coordinator, a former head coach, and a former Super Bowl champion. John Gruden, your thoughts? Well, I don't know, where John's at right now as far as what he wants to do. If we want to say that John wants to take an offensive coordinator job, which I'm not sure that is the case. I think that he's a guy that's been through the last 15 years, 20 years of football has been by and large part out of the game. He's got a couple year period there where he was a coaching, but aside from that, he's been an analyst. And I think that this is a game that's constantly moving and constantly updating, and a playbook that you had back in the day isn't exactly going to be the playbook you have now. I mean, it comes from kind of a Kubiak scheme a little bit. I'd say it doesn't really come from the same offensive Kubiak because Kubiak branches out of the Shanahan offense of the West Coast, whereas Gruden branches out of the Mike Holmgren offense of the West Coast. And to give you an idea on this, Ninjetti, Mike Holmgren's offense was more man blocking. You'd get more like gap-based stuff. It was not, if at all, any kind of zone-based stuff. And Gruden kind of the similar way of things with that. Whereas, of course, with Kubiak and the Shanahan scheme, it's all very much predicated upon zone blocking and lighter offensive linemen. It's just there are some differences in the scheme, even though they're both West Coast offenses. So I do admit that the hour is getting late and that the number of viable choices are getting few, and that beggars can't be choosers a little bit as we're going to go along on this at this point, I think, to a degree. But even with that said, I'd have a hard time kind of getting quite on board with that one, just because I would wonder about how much his system is really updated to run in this modern era versus we're operating off a little bit of the old mistake of Gruden from 20 years ago, essentially. So I think that'd be a bit of my hesitancy, but maybe this is as good as we can find too, Ninjetti. I mean, it is to the point now where the options are very, very limited. Very, very limited. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate the $12 donation. Very kind of you, man. You're awesome. Jay Melfer with another $2 dono. Thank you. Was he near a power station, being Nikki Minwari? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. They're not practicing near the station. Both teams got out ahead of that one. They dodged that bullet this week. Well, everybody practicing off-site. But hopefully he's okay. And like I said, if he was badly injured, I think we would have probably heard about it at this point, I would say. But even a tweaking of the ankle is no good. Chris says, yeah, but what about the clown who said take away all the good teams Seattle played and they haven't played anyone good? I got that. Yeah, some Patriot analyst. Oh my gosh. You talk about twisting yourself up into pretzels to make a point about something. Yeah, it's like, and there's a lot of cope from Patriot pundits and analysts on this that I'm hearing from, where it's like, they're talking about how so the schedule's the schedule, but I mean, who has Seattle really played? Like they're trying to play that game. And it's like, you can't really play that game because Seattle went against a legit schedule. And comparatively speaking, you did not. And so they know they can't really make that argument, but you see them kind of bouncing from one foot to the next on trying to make something sound similar to that type of argument. It's goes, okay. Hey, Ben, if Seahawks win, I'll call the day off on Monday because screw my boss, go Hawks. It should be a holiday, man. Let me have my day off after my team wins the Super Bowl. Give me a break. Should be on Saturday, quite frankly. Samuel says, B, do you think the Patriots will try to attack us with quick snaps like the Rams did if our defense has any weakness It's when teams play up tempo and the D does not have time to communicate. No, I don't. And the reason being is that that's very much a Stafford and a very much I'm in control of the full. I'm operating this orchestra in full right now. Versus Maye, who needs to be kind of guided along, and you need to have some of the training wheels on the offense. And when you're having a quarterback run that up tempo stuff, you've got to get to the right play call. You've got to get to the right protections. You've got to make the right adjustments off what you're seeing pre-snap to then adjust to what you're seeing from the defense. I don't quite think that you're going to be able to do that in the same way that Stafford could with Drake. Nor is it that I think with the Patriots, a big part of what they're going to want to do in their game plan, I think Samuel is try to really live with the ball and control the time of possession. And that's the thing you do risk with running some of that up tempo is if it's a 3 and out off up tempo, you're giving the ball back to that opposition's offense really, really fast. That is something that McDaniels has done with Brady in the past when Brady was there, but Brady was again similar a little bit more to Stafford in that you're asking him to do it at that time when he'd been in the league well beyond 10 years and was really well suited to be able to run that type of stuff. But there's a lot going on that up-tempo stuff, merely than just, here's the play, call it. There's a lot of processing you need from your quarterback there, and you really can't get it done for him as a coach in those moments. But I like where you're thinking at. Maybe it's a possibility they bring it out this week. It'd be certainly something, if you're watching the tape off the Rams, to your point, that look like something that could be attacked, that you could get after. Daniel says, I heard a lot of Pats fans say our defense is overrated because the Rams put up almost 30 as if they aren't the top offense in the league, and particularly tough matchup for us. Yeah, it's never good to just take one game and cherry pick it out and say this team's a good defense because of this or this team's a bad defense because of this, right? That's why we use all 17 games of the NFL season. That's why we use all 17 games of the NFL season and all of the playoff games you played. Don't limit ourselves data-wise when we have a lot more data to tell us the true story about our team. And the true tale is played out week in and week out in much the same way to that matter, which is that this defense is great. Like you say, the Rams matchup is a tough one. And the Patriots cannot trot out the same kind of personnel, same kind of packages, or the same kind of attack of what the Rams did. So it's really irrelevant that one team happens to have our number when you put it up in comparison to this particular team we're playing. But I get they're trying to do it. Those 5 out jinx, Brandon, they work. Get about 5. Oh, I'll have myself hooked up doing the Brandon Telethon. We will be doing a off-season. I will be doing an off-season stream for charity too. I owe you guys that one as well. Yeah, I got 24 hours. I can do 24 hours, no problem too. No, I don't have an Ed McMahon voice. I just got to keep the coffee coming, man. I'll be all right. We got to win the game though. I guess even Warren hurt his ankle at practice. Don't have any details. So I'm not sure, folks. I'm hearing about it kind of like right along with you guys on this one. What stream was the all-night drunk stream? I still can't remember. LJ Collier draft. It was awesome. Can't wait 24 hours. That was the Rams. That was the Rams post-game stream after the Rams. Russell got his finger broken. Saw a dog in the Westminster show named Brando. He's definitely winning. Definitely winning. Fro says Eamon Wari hurt his ankle but walked off the field on his own power. That's good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, Pumpkin is a bully. You guys know it. She was attacking Xena, by the way. That was on Pumpkin. For no reason. Xena's just kind of sitting there and she's like... I had to jump up fast. She doesn't really hurt Xena. She just sort of brings her to the ground and freaks her out. So she just kind of grabs her around the back and then flops her to the ground. And then Xena just progressively gets more desperate because she's old and she can't break out of her grip. Yeah, D-boy. Pumpkin's a bully. She heard the Nicki Minaj news and she just freaked out a little bit. That's all. No, I'll probably skip the halftime show. But again, I'm an old head. I'm like addicted. Just give me my AC/DC and ZZ Top and I'll be all right. All my favorite bands are old too, man. Sounds like he is getting imaging. Hopefully it's not too bad. We'll learn if it's something bad. Daniel says, if our offensive play calling falls flat this game and Kubiak gets our coaching staff and we get blocked from Crosby, I'm low-key going to root against the Raiders. Am I wrong for that? No, I get it. I'd understand. I think that's fair. Ahmed is, how come your partner Brandon never smiles? Ask him that if you do see him. Hey, you know, some guys are stoics. It's a life philosophy, you know. Don't get too high, don't get too low. Keep yourself even keeled. Angry Bucket, Nick walked off under his own power, but other players did come over to comfort him. That's good. Still getting a little nervous by some of these details. Getting a little nervous. James Vandy says, hope Seahawks live up to the reputation. Go Hawks. Me too, James. I think we got this. Devo says, I'm sorry, B, if you do a 24-hour live stream, I'm not going to lie. I think I can do 12 to 14 hours. I think that's all I got in me. Hey, we'll have those come in, those come out, D-boy. You know what I mean? It's the beauty of the live stream, you know, whenever you need to come in. Brasso says, did you already cover Nicki Minaj's injury? Doesn't sound good. No, it doesn't sound good. I don't have a lot of information on it. Sounds like he walked up under his own power, but they are getting imaging, which does say that there's something there that's a little bit worrisome, and that they are worried and concerned that there's something maybe that went down more than just simply rolling an ankle. So hopefully he's okay. They were in pads today. That does mean they were going hard. So hopefully we don't hear anything bad on that front. Got me worried, though. What's my favorite Super Bowl commercial of all time? I don't know. I have to think about that. Not too sure. There's been so many good ones. I think you should get JSN and Manoir. You can't go wrong with either of those, Brandon. Jersey-wise. My opinion. Hawks Punk. Thank you for the $12 donation, Hawk Punk. Appreciate you for that. Very kind. Says, hey, B, is the media badgering Mike about the goal line play just is what is a thing or beating a dead hawk? It's like punishing an adopted kid for the sins of the father before they knew them to me. Yeah, it struck me as almost like five guys that were somehow in whatever media relation they were to getting media access. And I think the NFL is just giving almost anybody media access, it seems like here. It almost felt like a troll session. You know, it felt like, hey, why, if all five of us ask the very same question, let's see if we can trigger Mike and then get a viral moment. And this is, of course, one of the reasons why I absolutely positively hate trolling. And I often call it the lowest form of humor. It's one that the younger generation has really embraced, but it's not one that requires a lot of wit or savvy or intelligence to come up with trying to make something funny about that. It's just simply, how can I annoy a person into then making something funny? And that's not really that interesting to me. So it did kind of just strike me as just that. I don't know what the purpose of it is. I don't know what the answer is they're looking for. And that's where I come back to, I think they were just kind of trolling Hawks Punk and what they were doing. But it's gotten old. It has gotten old. Like, I've been able to let the play go a long time ago, but it seems like from a national perspective, they almost haven't been able to let this play go. I think Marshawn's let the play go. The players have let the play go, but there's still like this national audience that's just sort of like, it's 10 years ago. Can't do anything about it. We're in the new Super Bowl now. Let's move on, But I think the way you're saying it is right. Kind of punishing the new father for the sins of the old, so to speak. The stepdad who's just trying to come in and do right. Thank you, though, Hawks Punk. It's a weird moment there at the presser. Hey, there's Kid Rock at halftime. Whew. Definitely not getting the best of the best. Used to work with Lane Staley's brother. Rest in peace to Lane. Hopefully Nick's able to play. I imagine it'll take quite a bit to keep him off. Nikki Minwari, so if you're just responding right now, I'm going to just kind of do this in mass. We've got Nikki Minwari has been injured. I don't have an update on it. Don't know what's going down with it. I just got the news like you guys did. He went down in practice. He was helped off the field. They're getting imaging done on the ankle. We do not know anything else at this point in time. So we're just going to have to kind of hold our butt cheeks for 24 hours and then wait to do it. HHG call is still planning on for the call and show. I was going to HHG, but then the syndicate got moved to right to the time spot that I was going to do it. So I don't know when the time's going to be fitted in to do this. I really do want to do a call and show, brother. I really do. But there's like a million things going on right now with trying to get all these shows out with the Senior Bowl last week. I'm kind of running on fumes a little bit, still going off that last week. So there may be a little bit of this pathway. I'm kind of seeing where I'm at, where I might take a little bit of a break you've got the syndicate here tomorrow and kind of take a little bit of that break for the Super Bowl run here on that. But I'll try if I possibly can. It's just, there's a lot of streaming right now. So it's kind of hard to fit it all in. You've got a question for me. A lot of discussion in the chat. Just B Brando Hawks Nest. Don't often know necessarily if the chat's talking to itself. Like we've got discussion going on. So just please put a marker at the front. That way I know that you're actually wanting to ask for me. Isaac, injury report's looking pretty good other than Nikki Minwari. Having a little bit of that thing pop up right here. Don't think you're going to get Robbie Oots out there by the looks of things on this game as it stands. We'll see what they're going to do with Elijah Arroyo. Everybody else, I believe, should be good to go as long as we don't have any more injuries in practice. But everybody else should be good to go. I think Drake Thomas is going to be okay to go with his shoulder that he got with the Rams game. And I do believe as well Jalen Sundell, Isaac, is also going to be able to, not Sundell, but Brady Russell will be good to go as well on the special teams front of things. Mm-hmm. Arturo, Hawks Nest, Bad Bunny's performative. I listened to Dope Nixon, Reef, The Lost Cause, and Planetary. I've heard none of those. I'm kind of at that place, Arturo, where I've been, some people are older and they still listen to young music, and it's much more often that, you get to my age of this and just sometimes it gets to that point where the young music just, you go, I don't know what's the draw on this stuff. It just sounds like noise. And so I've kind of reached that point, but it's less that it's not good music. It's more of just, I'm old, and like what I like, But I don't have a strong opinion on any of these new artists, really. It's more of I fall in line with that of just kind of like what the old generations do, in that way. Mm-hmm. The way they're talking doesn't sound good. How are they talking, Hawkline? I don't know. I don't want to get too worried about it until we got actual information. This is all just kind of conjecture, and we're all worrying and freaking out about stuff that we don't even know what's kind of happened with it. So we'll just have to see what's up. Sucks you lose them at practice, though. I mean, 2 days out of the Super Bowl. You want to go hard, but holy crap. Brando, silly question. Is there a player on the Seahawks practice squad that you would have liked to see elevated in the playoffs in hopes of them being in the moment? No. I wish I had an answer on you, but I don't got anything I really add on top of it. No. I think they've utilized the roster right. I did want to see Arroyo activated for Saubert, something like that, and they haven't done that, which is good to see. Dixie Brando, if you do a call-in show, can you loop in Call Me Song by Blondie? I would if they didn't give me with the copywritten stuff, man. But they hit you with that. They hit you. Sexy. Hey, Brandon, you need to come out to the Vegas next season for the Raiders game? I'm definitely going to go. Ooh, nice. It's hard for me, man. I don't know if I'm going to be going to a football game anytime in the future. Those days I go live, those are such big days for the channel. And when you're in this game, kind of running with this as far as YouTube shows go, it's not 24/7, 365 that your channel grows. It does grow at select moments, and the interest is there at select moments. And a lot of folks have mentioned maybe going to games, and I'd love to do it in theory on it, but it's really at a big cost to what I can establish on those days as far as, viewership and growth to the channel a little bit. I really love doing the play-by-play. As much as it's fun to go and watch those games in person, I really do enjoy being able to keep can't speak. We're getting late in the stream. Keep people up to date on what's going on in the action. But maybe someday, you never know, man, I suppose. Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, again, eyes on the prize. Sucks, but focus. Amen. Addis with another $2 donation says, prayers for Nick. Whatever happens, next man up. Appreciate the double donation. And yeah, it would suck to lose him. He's an important piece to what we do, but we would have answers to be able to work around it if that was the case. Hopefully nothing is too bad, but we're going to have to wait on this until, like I say, it's all kind of conjecture until we get there tomorrow. We don't know what's really what, and we'll learn a little bit more about this within 24 hours on that front of things. Okay, so we'll get down to, if there's any more, just if you can, last questions, comments, concerns, just put B, Hawks Nest, if you got a question on in the chat here, as we will start to put a little bit of a wrap up on this one. Brian says, all right, I eat well. I think he says, all right, well, Mike Macdonald is downplaying Nick's injury, but they did take him out to have him imaged. Assuming there's no damage, he'll probably stay at left practice and play in the game. That's good to hear. Well, we got a little bit of good news at the end of this, which is good to see. So maybe a little nice update there from Mike on that side. Sexy says, I can hold the camera while you do play-by-play live at the game. That'd be fun, man. That'd be fun. I would love to do it if I could, but yeah, it's probably hard to pull that off in the game. I don't know if a lot of people would enjoy that around us, sitting there with me doing the play-by-play, but it's a tough part, Sexy. It's, we get on a show like this, you get a couple thousand views, and most shows will get a couple thousand views, and we're going to be doing, for this Super Bowl game, we're probably going to push well above 50,000 views on the live stream show to kind of put in perspective for how much of a difference of viewership you get on those days. And it's like 100 subs of new growth to the channel. It's a really lot to kind of turn down individually to go see the games. It really is. And I wish it wasn't, but it's just kind of the nature of the way the beast has kind of shown itself here and doing this channel through the last couple of years. So you got to kind of, as you learn in this YouTube game, you have to lean into what works. And sometimes that's got to come at the expense of other stuff a little bit with it. So, you know. But we'll see if I can figure something out at some point. AC/DC would have been a fun band to see live, Dogzilla. That's for sure. Arturo, Hawks Nest. I'm a hip hop head. If I'm Seahawks, I'm walking out to the field to Ready for War by Self-Titled and Blackistan or Get Dirty by Dope Nixon and Reef the Lock Cause. Oh, those are some names. I love it, man. Hella handles right there. I like it. They probably will. I'm sure there's a lot of boys in that locker room like that stuff. So good stuff. I wish I knew those ones. Prayers for Rhamondre, man. Prayers for Rhamondre. It does sound like Mike's downplaying a little bit. Hopefully Imaging comes back okay and we'll be fine. No, Dieter. You're going down. You're going down. Spec 6443. Brandon, I just wanted to say thank you for your incredible coverage this year. One more game left to go. Let's go win this damn thing. Hey, let's go win it. Thank you so much for that, Spec. Really appreciate you. And we had a bunch of other people here this year that have hopped on board on top of the channel as well. Growth's been amazing. Viewership's been amazing. Support, as the show is shown here today, has been just absolutely unbelievable and so kind. So I want to thank you, man, for your support. And this is not just, again, monetarily, but this community keeps me running, keeps me laughing, keeps me juiced up every time I get to go live and chop it up with you guys. It's been another great season doing this with you guys, and so much fun to be able to get to cover a team going to the Super Bowl at the same time. Will, hey, Brandon, can we officially refer to Levi Stadium as the Hawks Nest South? We could. I was thinking Hawks House because it's got a kind of a phonetic ring to it, but I'll take Hawks Nest South too. Either one sounds good to me. No matter what, we own the stadium at that point if we win. If we win the Super Bowl in their stadium, as we had to beat them twice down the home stretch to have that opportunity to do so, we get to rename it. Yeah, guys, as long as the imaging comes back clean, even Warriors playing on Sunday. That's the only thing that could prevent him, I would guess, from going out there. In my opinion. Yeah, Brian, I don't think there's any structural damage. Tape it up. Dieter, any of you worried about old Sam showing up? Pansky pressure? No, because it's Dieter. It's, there's insight and there's analysis of teams that's like in depth and tries to plumb the depths and understand what's happening. And then there's fan analysis that occurs, which drifts atop the surface of the water, but yet tries to speak in terms as though it's diving to the depths. The Sam criticism has been one that has long been disproven in so many different ways. And you see the evidence of this by so many people having to reference New York Jets Sam within their criticism. It's the old ghost thing that they go back to reference. And what really comes down to this is that many fans, and I'm not saying it's this way with you, but many fans, and I've had a lot of interactions on this front, had a certain idea about Sam, and they do this about quarterbacks across the sport, frankly, and that you get an opinion of a guy, that's your opinion of him, that's what I think of him, I'm going to put that in a box, I'm going to put it up on the shelf, and if anybody references that guy, I grab it off the shelf, I look in the box, there's my opinion, put it back in the box, put it back on the shelf. Then you never have to think about it again. Then it's easy, right? You have your assessment of the player, that's who he is, don't have to think another thing about him, c'est la vie. But there's more data that you get beyond that point that then becomes ignored. And I tend to find that for the people that are so much in this phase of like, Sam's going to turn into some pumpkin thing, or that's really some valid fear that's at play, they don't seem to want to take a look at anything he's done over the past couple of years. They want to act like this is some mirage, that this isn't some reality that has occurred. 2 teams back-to-back 14-win seasons. It's not like The team that he left in Minnesota just kept it pumping. They literally just fired their general manager and fell on their face, losing that quarterback. And when you look at the Seahawks here, prior to Sam coming here, wasn't like we were a juggernaut winning 14 games a year. It wasn't like we were a juggernaut playing for Super Bowls or in conference championships. He's the one common denominator between those two teams. And I'm not saying it's all on him. I'm just saying that if you're going to talk about a player having this sort of fail rate that comes into play at some random moment, because at this point it's got to be kind of a random moment when we're talking about 2 years of data that really don't tell this story. But what I do tend to find is it's much more of a confirmation bias situation. People that thought that Sam was who he was when he was a New York Jet and they wanted to put him in that box and put him up on that shelf, any other data that they've gotten that can be supplemental, that feeds itself back to that original assessment, they grab onto it with both hands. So like the playoff game last year between the Rams and the Vikings, in which of course Sam struggled in, the offense struggled for the Vikings. And it struggled because you had over half of his dropbacks him under pressure and a horrible game plan and a defense that didn't play particularly well and an offense that wasn't committed to running the football against a defense that had weaknesses and vulnerability against running the football, but then also could rush the passer like demons. So it's been one where it's kind of the same stuff gets tried out week in, week out with this, and nothing new under the sun's been presented with Sam, and he's disproven it. If he was going to turn into a pumpkin, he would have at some point or another in this playoffs. He would have in the game last week, essentially, where he had no running game and his defense wasn't at its most stout, and he was going to have to pass the ball a lot for us to win. That would have been the game you would have saw it against the very same team that had his number last year. So it's at this point where no, we've got a lot of ultimate confidence in the guy. He's a hell of a quarterback, man. And I don't think you're saying that, Dieter. I'm just kind of giving you the background on it because it's something that gets brought up here a lot to me from definitely other fan bases. And I understand when it's 2 years ago and, you're not thinking it. I see that you don't think it's that way, to give you credit on this. It's just that it is something that you just see presented so very often where you're like, bro, does anybody got anything new else to say other than like, he's going to somehow show up and become this something else that he hasn't been throughout his time with us and through his time with Minnesota, and the guys put those years together. It's legitimate. I think what's happened here, Dieter, is that the game's changed over the last few years. It's gone to more of a under center stuff. It's gone more back to having to be a multi-progression reads situation. You can't just half field split it prior to the snap of the quarterback position like you once could. And this has required quarterbacks to need to have more time to bake in the oven to be prepared to really go out there and play at a high level. And that you try to run young quarterbacks out there, as unfortunately I think your Pats are going to learn with Drake Maye this upcoming week against this Mike Macdonald defense. There's too many moving parts and too many things that they have to assess and determine, and too many things that they have to guess on versus an elder statesman quarterback who's been in the game for a long period of time really can start to see those tells and not get caught as off guard as often as some of those younger quarterbacks. And that has to do as much with the transition, Dieter, that's occurred in the game itself over the last 5 years. The cover two shell defenses, right? The mixing of coverages pre to post snap, which is now a commonality where 10 years ago, hardly any defenses did it at all. It's the way that the defenses come forward and modernized. I'm not sure if he had the most turnovers. He had a good number of turnovers. Yeah. But I mean, it's the tendency there is to have to add in the fumbles, right? Dieter says, because if I just said, well, interceptions, well, his interceptions are all in alignment with every other quarterback that played 17 games in the NFL season. Everybody's somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 to 13 interceptions. They're all in about that same territory. Does he have a couple of other fumbles in addition to that then soup the numbers up? They do, but the interception numbers came down the back half of the schedule, and the interception numbers are largely pushed up by that 4 interception game against the Rams. Aside from that, yeah, there's some interceptions, yeah, there's some turnovers there, but it's not an epidemic of a problem. And turnovers in themselves don't necessarily speak to purely poor quarterback play or a guy not getting the job done. It's kind of like this, Dieter. Matthew Stafford led the league in 19 interceptions the year that the Rams won the Super Bowl over the Bengals a couple of years ago. So turnovers are, yes, not a good thing, but they shouldn't be used as an ultimate determinant on assessing quarterback play, or even necessarily as absolutely positively just the main determinant on quarterback play. Addicted Brandon, I can tell you this, Bud Grant would never have let Darnold go and picked McCarthy in the draft. No, he would not have. No, he would not have. HHG, thank you for the $5 donation. B, I have to admit, there's a part of me that's going, what if for this game? I'm still picking us to win, but still. Anything can happen on any given Sunday, HHG. I mean, that's a rule of thumb. And the Pats aren't going to beat themselves. And if you beat yourself, if you get sloppy, if you get wanton with the ball, then this is a game that can go sideways fast on you. That's the brutal nature of the NFL, quite frankly. And so there's always reason to be nervous in this one with those kind of parameters at place. You're going to have to play your best football to go win this game. But I can understand being a little bit nervous. I think that's pretty fair of an outlook of the situation. You know what I mean? There's definitely the what ifs on the Patriots finding a way in this one. I've got us very much favored, but certainly there's some what ifs. Definitely Cameron losing Eamon would be a big loss if we didn't have him, that's for sure. I wouldn't understate that. Yeah, man, you got to feel like the past 2 games against the Rams has absolutely boosted Sam's confidence. Wu-Tang, we have to run the ball and use play action. That's could be X bread and butter. K9 better be ready to get 25 to 30 carries. That's what I want to see too, man. I want 30 touches from K9 in this game. That's what I want to walk in with as a goal. Dogzilla, it'd either be a close game or a blowout by the Hawks. Probably one of those two. I think we're going to run the ball too. I think the outside zone's really going to work well. Trent Puckett, thank you for the $5 donation, Trenton. Says, hey, B, Corbin Smith spoke with Benton. Benton smiled and said, I'm a Seahawk. I like that. I like that. I hope they keep him here. I hope they can settle this staff in as much as possible and be able to retain these guys. It's kind of hard to see how, which way it could play out. Remember talking to Dan here at the Senior Bowl a little bit about how, you had to do so much to kind of get the coaching staff in here as far as contractually around Kubiak. It wasn't just merely you hired him and they just kind of came with the group, that you had to kind of get these guys individually in-house, and it was a little bit of a process. So hopefully within that, maybe that means that there's more of an inroads to keeping him here and not losing the whole staff if it goes into this direction of things. So that's good to hear, though. Thank you for that note on that, as Benton is a real big key to this staff right now moving into the future. Is how many years did we have to wait to get a good, high-quality offensive line coach like him? How long have we been sitting in the cut going, man, win? But thank you, Trenton. Corey, are we going to talk about Eamon? We've talked a lot about it here, Corey, so we've covered it. I've probably done about 15 laps on Eamon, and that's a lot of laps to go considering we don't have a lot of information. He went down in practice to an ankle injury. We do not know the severity. They are going to get that imaged, but we do not know the severity. So would it be a big loss? Sure. It's going to be a big loss. Change the game plan up significantly if you were to lose him. But I think this is where it comes down to, how bad's the ankle or not? Well, if it gets imaged and there's something broken there, he's not playing. If it ain't broken there, he's probably going to find a way out there. But then how effective he is, these all become questions where we just don't know much of the answer. So why I'm not really elaborating a lot on this is that there's not a lot to elaborate upon. And something happened at practice, don't know the severity. We're just going to probably have to wait a day here to get a little bit more of an understanding of what's going on, with the injury. Maybe Eamon will call all of us out tonight and put a text out and be like, I'm fine, y'all. I'll be good. Don't worry. It's going to be all right. Something like that, I think, would be very nice on his part if he could do that. It does feel like, Dieter, we got the country at our back. Yes. Yes, it does feel like that. Arturo says, my former high school classmate, tackle Brandon Peely's going to have a great game. Love to hear it, man. Love to hear it. Pound that rock, Addicted. Pound it. All he says, we basically already played 2 Super Bowls already this year. Laughing out loud. Pretty much. Kind of. Banker says, unless the Patriots have the Rams' weapons and offense, I think y'all win by 20. It's where we're fighting the urge banker to not get overconfident and hope that the team isn't as well. Because you look at the matchup, you're a Rams fan saying this, and it's very hard not to feel full of a lot of confidence coming into this game. It's very hard not to feel like that Rams game was the true Super Bowl 2 weeks ago. It just does. I think it's going to be a fight. I think the Patriots are going to have some tricks up their sleeve. But I do think that we just have so many advantages across the board on this Patriot team right now. As Matthew says, the Patriots would have to play mistake-free. Seahawks would have to play their worst. It's kind of a great bottom line to it. I agree with that. T-Mac, when our team gets sold, do you think they will try to move us? Go Hawks? No, T-Mac, no. I think that you have a fan base in Seattle right now that has a lot of post-traumatic stress. And you have a lot of folks out there that got traumatized by having the Seattle Supersonics ripped from their hands and their grip. And that echo of that feeling of pain and suffering from losing a franchise such as that has cast a big, long shadow over the top of the other franchises in the city. And I can understand that. But you have to think about this logically. You have in Paul Allen, the man that came in at the 11th hour to save this team from going to Los Angeles 30 years ago. He came out of pocket to help build this stadium. He came out of pocket to build winners over and over and over again. He certainly mandated to his sister that he wanted to continue what he had built from a legacy standpoint in regards to this team as she has continued to carry it over. So now he's going to go through all of this process, all of this pain, all of this spending of the money, all to get to a point where the second he passes, his sister's just going to throw that to the wind. And all of that will mean nothing then? I think instead of that, it's much more likely that he as an owner made sure with his sister and the trust and how she would go about this process that whoever you bring in is going to be one that's going to commit to keeping this team here and that will continue to commit to keeping the team in the future, even if they sell the team to whoever they prospectively sell the team to. So I understand the concerns and worries because of the PTSD nature of what's happened to us here in Seattle. And because of all of the owners throughout our history who have tried to move our franchises out of the city. But this is one where I think that this is a fear that's being created, T-Mac, in a way that you don't have to, there's so much worry about this thing that I hear and see and have seen for so many years. And it's one where it's like, this is a worry that we can put away. There's so many other valid concerns and worries to have about with this team. This is one that you don't have to worry about. Paul wouldn't have gotten this far down the river only to sink the boat at this point. Addicted. Yep. Great to see Kubiak got the money. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. I don't think it's a good situation he's going to there with the Raiders. The Raiders are probably giving him $100 million reasons as to why he'll overlook the fact that he's going to a franchise that has nothing to offer as far as helping to allow him any sort of immediate success. So I think the money ends up becoming the great equalizer here, where they just essentially threw all the money at him. They probably swore they'd give him 3 years to get this built, and that was enough at that point to win him over. So I think it just comes down to quite simply as that. I don't think he's thinking about, I lose this, I'm going from this to that. I had all of this at my back here, but now I don't have any of that at my back there. I think he's just looking at the $100 million check and he's going, yes, sir. Sign me up, sir. Arturo, we had the toughest schedule in the NFL this season. Seahawks, I don't know if we did have the toughest schedule. Maybe in total, if you factor in the playoffs, then yes. Regular season schedule-wise, I'm not sure that we had the toughest schedule. I'd have to look that up. It was a lot tougher than the Patriots schedule, I'll tell you that, Arturo. According to DVOA, and this is also to your point, according to DVOA, the Seattle Seahawks had the 12th toughest regular season schedule of all time. Make of that what you will, of course. Yeah, let's have to be careful with him on it. Probably ain't getting 100% of his snaps if he's banged up a little bit there. Nobody would move the Seahawks space. It's just that people are really worried about it because of the Sonics. And it's something that it kind of proliferates my chat. I see people bring it up a lot. Like it is maybe the biggest fear that exists in Seattle Seahawks fan base, to show the damage of what the NBA did in taking the Sonics and how you traumatized a freaking fan base. Like I've seen so many messages in regards to it, and people are so scared to the nth degree at the bottom of their bones on this one. And it's just like, I come back to it and I'm just like, man, Howard Schultz, bro, you did your local city so freaking dirty, dude. You did it so dirty. Just goes to show you, those guys have, some of those guys, and they get that money, and it's all about the money, man. They lose their, I don't know what you're going. Chase Spaced, thank you for the $5 donation. With an injury to Nick, could we see a return of Quandre Diggs? Most likely we'll just use Bryant or Okada, but the fan in me would love to see him play. I don't think you would see him here, Chase. Anything is certainly possible if Nick's not able to go, and you can trot out a variety of different things. I would tend to think that you're going to have to keep another probably cornerback active more than go that route of it. If you did that, I would think. It's more of Witherspoon goes to the slot, and then you have Job and you have Woolen playing on the outside, and then you'll have Nehemiah Pritchett active and maybe one other corner at that point to make sure you got the depth. So much more likely you activate the extra corner than the extra safety. Diggs does have a history of playing in the slot, but I don't think you're going to ask him to do this at this point in time of his career. Likewise, I don't think you're going to ask Kobe Bryant or Julian Love to slide in there either. So anything's possible, Chase, for sure. But I would think that they would go with more of an extra corner than they would look to try to add the extra safety if they have an injury to their cornerback. I know that Nick's kind of listed as a safety, but he's essentially a slot corner in how you use him. And Quandre does have a slot corner history, but only when he was really young with the Lions. He transitioned away and out of that fairly quickly. Yeah, Raiders giving him time. So it's like, I'm going to give you 3 years. I'm going to give you $100 million. We like to think that there's a lot of other things these guys are turning over aside from that. I think it just became as simple as that for Kubiak. Seahawk Rock, after what will undoubtedly be a record sale price, it just wouldn't make any sense financially for new ownership to move the team away from Seattle. Yeah, and again, I just don't think that right now Jody's going to do what she's done to steward this franchise in exactly the fashion Paul Allen would have liked to have seen it, understanding that this hasn't necessarily been easy for Jody to get this team back to the Super Bowl. She had to agree to trade Russell Wilson. She had to agree to fire Coach Carroll. She's had to agree to be top 10 in the NFL as far as pure money spent while the team is on the edge of being sold. She's continued to press this down, and I just don't think it makes logical sense that suddenly now she's going to take her foot off the gas as far as finishing this process up by just randomly selling this to some owner that's going to, move them out of town. And if not, for instance, I can't think that there's not going to be assurances within the contractual language that the new owner that takes over will keep the team in Seattle. It just doesn't, aside from the only people bringing this up really are just bringing this up on the back of the Sonics got taken. And therefore this new owner is going to want to do this. And that's where I understand the emotionality of it. I understand those young fans that kind of have that sort of knee-jerk worry in that way, but I'm trying to put these fears to rest, and I have tried to do this for a very long period of time, but they still just kind of keep bubbling beneath the surface. The Seattle Seahawks are not going to be moved. Let me say this one more time. They are not going to be moved. It's not happening. We're here. We're in Seattle. You got your team. It's not going to be Sonics 2.0. Worry about endless other things having to do with this team. But don't worry about that. We're about to put $20 million in upgrades to the stadium for the World Cup this offseason. Seattle is here to stay. I wouldn't lead you wrong, guys. I wouldn't lead you wrong on this. You know me with this. I wouldn't gas you up. I wouldn't bullshit you on this. I promise. I swear it. We're always still live here, man. We're always still live. Even Wire News does suck, man. Hopefully he's okay to a degree to be able to at least be able to play. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Randall. Nick will be fine. He will play and he will ball out. These things probably happen all the time and we don't even know. Just happen to be reporters there. Ooh, I like that, Randall. I do hope you're right. And you got to figure in a game like this, it takes you just about knowing you're going to lose your foot if you play to not have you play, right? That this is the kind of game players leave it all on the line for. And if they're anywhere close to being able to give it a go, you give it a go, right? You go out there and you do it. So hopefully Nick will be all right. To your point, you got a lot of eyes on that football field in these kind of situations. Was able to walk off under his own power, which is a good sign. Just need the imaging to come back clean now, Randall, and then we know he will be probably good to go. Yeah, I've not watched basketball since either, so it traumatized me in the same way. And frankly, the way basketball is being played right now, we're not missing a whole hell of a lot. Maybe Schultz did us a favor. It's bad brand of sport right now. It's awful. Chat's going to do. Yeah, we're not going to get a Jerry Jones owner. Just a different situation, different timeline. The Jerry Jones live wire owners, I think, are going to be more of a thing of a past. I think ownership is becoming more corporatized and more buttoned up and less of this sort of freewheeling kind of dealing kind of aspect of some of the other owners, like your Jerry Jones or a Brown family, Davis family. Banker, Brando, who's your best player in recent memory that got their career wasted due to too many bad years? Example, Steven Jackson for the Rams. Ooh. I mean, the Bills are not exactly doing a bang-up job with Josh Allen right now, Banker. I think that the Chargers in recent years have taken better steps that just haven't worked out, like having their two tackles get injured for the year almost immediately, to try to give Herbert more help. But they certainly have not exactly, I think, done a lot for him in that way. I'm giving it some thought here. Got a good answer for you, aside from some of these. Not a lot in recent memories. I think about this. Those two examples might have been as good of examples as I could find. Burrow is another one, Banker, to me. I mean, he's, I'm choosing all quarterbacks, but that seems to be the one that stands out to me, where you got a couple of these quarterbacks that are sort of like carrying way too much of the load. And if you'd just been able to offload some of that, you would have them with reaching a lot more higher heights. So I'd probably go to one of those three quarterbacks as kind of the modern era equivalent. I can't really think of a running back that stands out, or a wide receiver in a position that stands out that's kind of had that. Terry McLaurin was kind of that for Washington for a while for me. But I guess those three quarterbacks would be the best I could come up with. Maybe give me some more time. I can maybe come up with a better one. Have a good one, Megan. Go Kraken. Thank you, Brand. Love your confidence. Hawks won't move. I would never trust a guy spending $5 billion or more to honor any contract. Teasing, kind of. Yeah, it's less to do with the guy buying the team and more to do with the fact it's easy enough to put contractual language in there that you're going to agree to not move the team. And it doesn't have to cost you one red nickel as far as reducing the amount of the sale to do so. There is going to be a laundry list of guys willing to buy this team. NFL teams don't come up for purchase very often. So to me, I would not believe in the least that there's not some way to put in contract that I honor to understand that this team is going to remain into Seattle into perpetuity and buying this team, and that I cannot move them at any point in time, or I need to sell the team. And to whoever I sell the team, I need to get a similar agreement put into that contract as well. Bingo, bango, boom. It's done. You can put ironclad language in there to be able to shut this down really quick. And quite frankly, I would expect it at this point from Paul Allen, because he's been so smart and intelligent up until this point in how he's putting this stuff together. Always keeping the receipts, Ollie. Alan says, anyone who thinks the Hawks are winning by 10 plus and the spread has stayed at 4.5 points over a week, that's scary, more scary than the Patriots. Those hotels in Vegas don't get built on being that wrong. Well, maybe not, but they do get built on being wrong when it determines towards my Seattle Seahawks over about the last 10-year period, Alan. I don't have a lot of explanation for it, but there's a dead spot when it comes to Vegas assessing the Seattle Seahawks. They've been wrong about us 6 times over about 6 to 7 times over the last 10 years in their outlook as far as our victories go. So, this is the same Vegas outlook, Alan, that had us at 7.5 wins for the season. So I guess I would logically ask you this, Alan. If Vegas can be so wrong about us only having 7.5 wins on the year, a year where we got 14 wins, why could they not be wrong about a 4.5 point victory that's going to be much more of a bigger victory than that when it's all said and done? Kind of seems like they have a hard time, as they have throughout the course of this year, of quite pinning down the Seattle Seahawks team and who we are and how good we are. And as well, we do know with the lines that the lines are not just created, Alan, on the back of how much another team's going to beat another team by, but also by what the money is being laid on where. And there's always going to be an inherent East Coast bias. And there's always going to be an inherent bias towards a Patriot team that's won so many Super Bowls recently. It's, the hot hand theory kind of thing at play. Well, they always win when they go to Super Bowl. So I'm just tend to bet on that. I think logically, a lot of people are predicting Seattle. I don't think that definitely means that the action that's being handed down on Vegas is just unquestionably being thrown on top of Seattle left and right. So those are all factors a bit at play there. But Alan, they got it as wrong as you possibly could get in their outlook for our season. 7.5 wins. We got 14 and we're on the edge of winning a Super Bowl. So if they can get that wrong, to me, you better believe they can get an individual line wrong in a game, and badly wrong at that. This is not going to lie. I'd coach the Jets and Browns simultaneously for $100 million. I'd do a lot for $100 million. Yeah, old school basketball is the best. Still alive, man. I roll it. Stu AC, Brandon, Howard Schultz's son is Jordan Schultz, a respected football analyst? Yeah. And Jordan's been kind enough. He sent me some breaking news items over on Twitter. So he's actually DM'd me a couple times, and I got nothing against Jordan at all. I think he does really good work. I like his interviews. He's doing a good job of, building his platform in the way that he is. But if Jordan was in front of me right now, I would be telling him the same thing. And Jordan has no ability, and no person that would have any ability to excuse what Howard did. It is inexcusable. And it does cast a pall over the situation. And Howard can be mad about that, and Jordan can be mad about that. But it's valid criticism. He didn't have to buy the team. He didn't have to sell the team to a guy that was going to move the team out of the state. Everyone knew Clay Bennett buying that team that he was going to want to move the team out of the state. So, it's one of those places where it's like, it's no shade to Jordan. It is shade to Howard, but I think it's kind of valid shade. And I think that when you make a mistake, rather than trying to twist your way out of being like, well, no, but the excuse is all the reason of it. Like, no, the buck stops with you. You had a choice to sell or not, who you sold it to not, to put language into it. Like I'm talking about Paul Allen's probably going to have put into the next person that buys this team. You could have done that. You chose not to, because the almighty dollar was the most important thing. And the guy that was going to move the team was going to give you the biggest price. And that was the most important thing. And if you want to have the almighty dollar be the thing that drives how you run and who you are and your whole purpose in life, that's good. You can do that. But if it's to be at the price of a community and the price of a team that united a community together for many decades prior to you buying them, you earn yourself a lot of shade with that, and you just got to take that on the nose. It's kind of the way that goes. Sexy Beast, Brandon, anyway, Jody can purchase the team herself, or a possible majority. Yes, there are reports that she's trying to buy a piece of it. Could she put together an ownership group? Certainly she possibly could. And there has been some rumors that she would attempt to be doing that too. Possible. Brian says Bezos is reported to not be buying our team after missing out on Washington. Interesting. Nicky Minoir did hurt his ankle. We do not know the severity of it. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. NFL owners would have to approve any move. Not a better market than Seattle to move the team to. Good for business having the team in the 206. It's a business. Indeed, that'd be just another hurdle that I would not see I don't think you ever even get to that place of it. But I agree with you. I don't see it being a hurdle that the NFL ownership would be willing to sign off from. You now have two teams in LA. Where would you be moving this team? When the Sonics were moved, partly the reason that got facilitated is because you had the Portland Trail Blazers. So there was some regional presence still there if you move that basketball team out of town. So it's one more spot of an impossible hurdle. It just would not be cleared in this circumstance. And I agree with you. I just don't think it would be approved either, Randall. Thank you for the donation, and well said on your part. 100% agreed. Completed delusion. Why is the spread for this game stuck at 4.5 where everywhere I look is picking the Seahawks? That is scary to me. Has Vegas got it that wrong, or is everyone else missing something? We don't know that the action is necessarily being entirely laid to the degree that it seems on the Seattle Seahawks. Maybe it is. But I haven't seen any data yet that's exactly shown that this money's just all being dropped over on Seattle 100%. Vegas is going to tend to move the line if that was the case alone, right? Vegas is going to move. If there's all this money being dumped, it would have gotten to at least 5. It would have gone to 5.5 if there was just an incredible amount of putting onto Seattle. And I just don't think that that's necessarily been the case. Is maybe the majority of the money on Seattle? Sure. Is it over the top in the way that people are talking about it? I'm not sure on that. But again, on this completed, the Vegas had the Seattle Seahawks at 7.5 wins at the start of the year. That was their outlook for this team this season, missing the playoffs and probably being a 4th place team in this division. So yeah, I understand that they're very smart over there and they've got computations and AI models and projections and charts and all this stuff that makes them super, super duper smart. But they also still get a lot of stuff wrong. They do. But I could see this being a close game too. That's the other part of this as well. So, kind of hard to say when it all comes down to a Super Bowl game. Anything can happen. Don't know if Nick's all right or not, Aiden. He walked off the field under his own power, but they're getting imaging. So we're just going to have to wait probably 24 hours to kind of get an update on that. Sorry, I don't have any updates just beyond that. Yes, sir, film. Totally understand you guys want to know on this, but right now it's a little bit up in the air as they're getting imaging. If they weren't getting imaging, they say walked under his own power, should be fine, wouldn't be an issue. That they're getting imaging doesn't mean that it's necessarily something serious, but that it does mean that you go, okay, a little concerning, more concerning than otherwise. But he did walk off the field under his own weight, which is good to see. Randall McDaniel, man, thank you for another $5, bro. Appreciate you for that support. Awesome, bro. Most teams stay in the same area geographically. What's a better city west of Mississippi to move them to? Portland or St. Louis? Not going to happen. Yeah, I have a hard time seeing it occur as well, Randall, in this point of it. Again, I just don't think that we get to this point of it, Randall. I just don't see it being at a spot where Jody's going to sell it to a guy that's looking at the first turn to get this team out of town. I just can't quite see it. Right now, you could already make the argument the NFL is a little overloaded as far as Midwest to East Coast teams, that they're a little bit light when it comes to Midwest to West. And that if anything, you need more teams out here in the West. You don't need to be pulling more teams from the West to then take them into the Midwest to slash even out to the East. So I don't see it happening either on that standpoint of it. But I again, don't see how Jody, it just doesn't, if Jody walked in and didn't give a shit, if she walked in and she was just like, how do I just sit here and just basically tread water until I can get to selling this damn team because I don't care about football. If that was their mentality, then I'd be right with you guys on the whole concern and worry about the team being moved. But the fact that that's not her mentality has been completely the opposite of that instructs me of the opposite of that. That it's going to be about maintaining that this team's legacy and the legacy Paul Allen built will be preserved. And it's not preserved if you're selling it to a person that's going to move everything out of town and it all just goes away in an instant. Much like the Sonics aren't really that preserved when there is no supersonic team. Yeah. Yeah, Jarl, he should play. I take it, Brandon, would you enforce the no move clause in Seahawks sale? Would the NBA to enforce it? Would the NBA to enforce it? Or just be happy the Alaska South team is gone from the NFL? I think you left off some words there, man. I'm not sure what you're entirely trying to say. Can you rephrase that for me, brother? Who would enforce the no move clause in Seahawks sale? I don't know what you're trying to say there. It's a clause in the contract. You can put whatever clauses into whatever contract you want. And if you try to do it, then you can be sued. So, sued to prevent a move, for instance. So I don't think it's terribly complicated to put something in the contract to make sure that the team remains in perpetuity in Seattle. It can absolutely be done. I think that's what you're asking. There's a couple words there that were kind of left out. And I understand the worry on Nicky Manwari. I don't think we're well suited to go too far down the line on the perspective. Like if this happens, then he's there, and if he's over there, then what are we going to do with that? Like I'm seeing a lot of turning yourselves into knots a little bit in the chat in regards to an injury that we know nothing about at this point and could be not all that big of a deal. So let's wait to make it a big deal until we know it's something worthy of being a big deal. Don't know what's up yet. I understand the worry and concern in turning this over, but I'm also seeing the chat spinning out on this Imanwari stuff. Chill. REALX. RELAX. Let me get the right spelling in there. Spec, Brandon, I know you said recently that this upcoming draft class is kind of mid, but if you had to choose, who would you realistically intrigue you the most for the Hawks? Well, if Jennings Dunker could last into 32, that'd be great. If Jennings Dunker isn't there at 32, then I would probably look at, it's really best value on the board for me. Which that's where it gets hard to answer this kind of question. Cause I think inherently at the heart of this question, Spec, is it's like, well, do you go running back or do you go wide receiver with the first pick, or do you go with a cornerback with the first pick? And I'm not trying to be cute with you on this. The Seattle Seahawks have had their success over the last 3 years in drafting because in the first day 1 and 2, they operate specifically off value. And that means that you're throwing the depth chart out the door. You drafted Byron Murphy when you already still had Leonard Williams on the roster and Jaron Reed on the roster. You drafted Riley Mills in the 4th round, who's a 3-tech, when you already still had Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed on the roster. So this is a team that has had their greatest success recently, Spec, by drafting for value. And so if you talk about who's going to realistically intrigue me at 32 there, it's like, well, then I'm really looking to target into positionally in my thinking there, right? Because I don't know who really is or what is going to be available there at 32 with the other 31 picks, especially in this draft. So the answer would really come down to me, Spec. Who's the most valuable guy I got on my board when you pick at 32? Not which of our need of positions. Don't pick for need, pick for value. It's really, and I'm hardlined on this, Spec, because where you failed from probably about 2015 to 2021 in drafting, where your failure came into was John started to pick for need. started to pick to try to fill in holes. And that's where you end up not getting what you think you're setting out to get by drafting by that approach. Value, value, value. I pick at 32. Who's my highest rated guy on the board? I pick at 64 or whatever in the second round. Who's the highest guy I've got on my board? That's how I want to build my team. I want to be going for the highest end, the top end talent every time I pick, especially in the first 2 days of the draft. You can go a little bit into need when you get into day 3, but not day 1 and not day 2. Got to stay in that pocket of value. That's the real spot. I think this is Brandon. I'm not trying to be negative, but didn't the Rams move from St. Louis to LA when there was a no move clause in the original purchase? As I understand it, that no move clause had to do with the lease itself in the building that the Rams were in. This was not an ownership clause. The Rams owners were pretty dirty folk moving from LA, then out to St. Louis, then to move back St. Louis to LA again, selling to Kroenke, and you had kind of one dirty owner selling to another dirty owner there again. So is what I'm trying to say. Addicted, the same parties that essentially were behind moving him out of LA in the first place, then sold him to another parties that would be just as willing to move him back to LA. What got broken and what ended up having to be paid off in that situation was the lease in the stadium itself. So that's actually a little bit of a different clause than what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, I purchase this team. I agree to this by this purchase. That's different from a lease. Where with a lease, what happened with Stan Kroenke is that he had immeasurable amount of money. So when they said, okay, well, you owe us this lease, you owe us a certain value to this lease by breaking it, he could say, I'll just pay you the value on that lease. This isn't about a price that needs to be met. It's about the fact that you have to, you're going to get sued for stealing a team away from the city or for breaking a clause in a contract. So I do think it's a little bit of a different situation. Frogman, thank you for the $5 donation, Frogman. Pats D is number 2 in points per game. You think that's a product of an easy schedule, or are they legit? Coleman and EJ seem to think they'll stop K9. They faced a tremendously easy schedule. I mean, there is no ways about it. It doesn't mean that they're not a good team, Frogman, but did it aid on them being able to put the points they went on the board? Yeah. Let's go ahead and just run through if we could. I think that this does really do a good job when you think about this as far as the teams that they had to play this year. This is the opponents for the New England Patriots, the Raiders, the Dolphins, the Steelers, the Panthers, the Bills twice, Saints, Titans, Browns, Falcons, Jets twice, Ravens, Bengals with Joe Flacco at quarterback. And then you've got a couple tough games here with you got a Buccaneers game in there, Panthers mixed in there. So, you put points up on a bad Bills team, bad Bills defense. You put points up on a Panthers defense that isn't anything special, on a Dolphins defense that's not good, a Raiders defense, a Jets defense, a Falcons defense that wasn't particularly good. Browns defense, pretty decent, I guess. The offense ain't going anywhere. Saints defense, all right. Ravens defense was not good this year. Giants defense was not good this year. Bengals defense was absolutely putrid. So, are they truly purely number 2 best offense in this sport? No, they're not. And yeah, they got to satiate themselves off of an easy schedule. I've been posting this up, and this is nothing a Patriot fan cannot twist their way out of. It's just reality of the situation. They can get mad about it all they want, but it's the reality of the situation. New England Patriots had a strength of schedule of 391. That's pretty freaking far away from 500. 391 actual strength of schedule based on actual 2025 opponent performance, making it one of the easiest roads to the playoffs in playoff history. Kind of just is what it is with that. And they get the benefit of that when you look through them right now and what they've had to do here to get to the playoffs and continue on forward here, Frogman. They've had an easy path to the playoffs. Charger teams that are missing 2 tackles. Texans team that's missing their top 2 wide receivers and now having to rely upon 2 rookie wide receivers to carry the load at that point. A Broncos team with a backup quarterback and crazy elements. So, are they legit as far as being, to me, even a top 5 offense in the sport? No. I think they've gotten to feast off the back of the bad. Just is what it is to me. Still think that they're more than a competent offense and one that can certainly do enough to go after this defense, but not one that's going to give you anywhere near the hard, long day that the Los Angeles Rams did. It ain't like, well, here's the day Los Angeles Rams give you, and this is about the day that the Patriots are going to give you right behind them. It's more of like, this is the kind of tough day challenge the Rams are going to give you. And then this down here is kind of about where the Patriots are at from an equivalent standpoint. Stopping the run, maybe. I'd be interested to see where they kind of come from on that, because in my opinion, it is a light box that this team runs with the Patriots. It's a team that's not the fastest as far as getting to the edges. I think you're going to be able to challenge their defensive speed in this game in a major way. And that doesn't have me as convinced to believe that they're going to be able to do that, especially if a lot of what their defensive process is going to be to try to make sure that they have a double coverage role to Jackson Smith and Jacobs Spide to be able to get the double teams. It's very hard to be able to say, hey, we're going to come down here and stack the box, and then we're doubling up this wide receiver over here. It kind of can do one or the other on some of that stuff sometimes. So which way are they going to lean coming into this game? From my perspective, Frogman, probably lean a little bit more into, hey, stop JSN here, try to limit down the run as much as we can. But I think that K9's going to make some headway against this defense when it comes to, running the ball in that manner. You guys are just amazing, though. Thank you for all of your support, Janet, with another $5 donation. Man, you're very kind. I needed my emotional support Hawks Nest live session. Thanks for giving us this space. Oh, my pleasure, man. My pleasure. I love what I get to do. I appreciate you watching and all of your support, Janet, to this channel as well. But we're feeling good today. We should feel good. I know we got a little bit of worries out there with the Imanwar injury, but we should be all right. We'll be all right. Sexy Beast, Brandon, who are your 3 MVP picks for Seahawks Sunday? I would go with K9, Sam Darnold, or Rashid Shaheed would be mine. There's a 4th, I'd say DeMarcus Lawrence, because I think he's going to give Will Campbell quite a long day over there on the blind side. So he'd be my kind of 4th one on that. But those would be my guys at the front. Good question. I think K9's going to have a big day. Stu says, I think you already said it clearly, but Paul Allen purchased the team on the basis of keeping it here. I'm sure in his will, he specifically made it clear that upon sale, they could not be moved. Yeah, all of what he did that had to be done from an urgent, scrambling fashion to keep this team here. Why go through all of that just for what is obviously very important to you and as much as your stamp of your legacy? And that's something that we know with Paul was important to him. I just don't understand for his guy that was connected to the Pacific Northwest, that loved the Seahawks team, that he would have set this up into the future to be upended this way, basically undoing all of the goodwill that he had created and all of that hard work and all of that money spent to get that done. I don't understand how that would be the way that would roll, Thank you, Brandon. Sorry for the typo. If Jody puts a no-move clause, what keeps the owner from paying a fine and moving to another city? I thought St. Louis moved to L.A. and paid like an $800 million fine. They were under a lease, so they broke lease terms. I think lease terms are different than contractually obligated terms that have to do with the sale of a team. So what you would have in essentially in a lease would be, it would say, okay, you break the lease, you got to pay $800 million. You break the lease, you're subject to this potentiality as far as a fine. If you break the contract within an actual ownership, you break and lose the rights to ownership itself. You have to sell the team if you attempt to do this, or you can put certain language in that. And I think that that's a lot different than what is now more of a city lease deal that has to do with your interaction to the city. I just think it's a little bit of an apples and oranges kind of situation. Good question, though. Mills will be good eventually. He's going to be a good player, especially gets healthy for sure. Stu says, thank you for such a great, informative, impressive representation of the Seahawks and the 12s. Well, appreciate you for that, Stu. Thank you, man. It's very kind of you. We got a great community here, bro. It makes it very easy to roll along on these shows and have a good time just chopping it up. Bankers is Brando. Why does our division get more competitive every damn time? Won't be surprised if an NFC West has the 1, 5, 6, and 7 seed soon. Wouldn't for me either on this one, Banker. And I don't know, it's terribly frustrating. I've got a thing that I call the feast factor theory. And that is a lot of Super Bowl teams tend to be able to go get their Super Bowl wins on the back of having at least a relatively easy division that they can kind of cruise through. The Patriots, of course, are the shining example of this with Brady for like a 15-year period where they ran roughshod over the AFC East and dominated them. Could basically write down on paper every year at the start of the year, 5-1, 6-0, because that was going to be how it was going to go in their division. So I get very frustrated too, man, with this crap where we just always keep getting better and there's no weaknesses. And the poor Cardinals have to be sort of the whipping boy here in the division a bit because of this. So it's tough. I don't know. Cowherd mentioned a couple of years ago of something of there just being maybe a little bit of a mentality thing here, and like West Coast has a little bit more of that there's a bit of a hunger there, that there's a bit of a, aggressiveness to a West Coast mentality a little bit, then I don't know if there's anything to this, but maybe there's something to this, and that there's just something there in these type of teams just being a little bit more active and willing to get after it a little bit with the roster building and how aggressive they try to build the team, how quick they try to build the team versus some of the other teams out there, I think, in the East Coast that just kind of languidly go about their business. They have their process and they just kind of like the Bengals, they're just kind of in there, just sort of treading water along mode of things. If they happen to win, then, whatever. I also think that there's Banker something true to the fact that not every NFL team is doing all they can to go out there and win. And that there's a lot of teams that drop very easy advantages on the table for a variety of different reasons. Poorly run, cheap, maybe a little bit of factoring in, where you don't want to spend the money to do it this way or that way, right? But it's not going away anytime soon, unfortunately, Banker. God help us if the Cardinals actually end up getting good at some point. Yeah, I don't have any problem with drafting Mills, man. I get it. Those guys are definitely coming up for, not long for the football world. Chivo says, but if in a contract it gets locked up in court, nothing happens until case completes. Court holds up the contract. If I'm not mistaken, there's things called injunctions. There's things courts can do to put a stop to that stuff instantaneously. If I'm not mistaken, Chivo, was it not some kind of injunction that got put in place to keep the Seahawks from being moved to LA when Behring was trying to do it? So courts can act fast and they can act slow. You're right about that. There's different processes that go different speeds. But I think as I understand it, when the court is impelled by something that has to do with damage being done inherently by a lack of action because of litigation, that they would come in and be able to put a stop to that and say, no, this needs to be held up until we come to a determination and this court case gets figured out. Specifically because of there being damage that can be done by the team being moved on the front side of that. I'm chill B. Gotta relax. Yeah, I understand the worry, Lord Disciple. There's a lot of folks getting concerned on the Nick news. We don't know information yet, so let's not react to it until we know what's what. Let's actually get to the spot where we know what's going on. Thank you, Brandon. Thanks for clarifying. Breaking lease, not the same as breaking an ownership clause. Got it. Sorry for being confused. Just not trust these Rick mothers. I get the lack of trust. And as I say, I get the PTSD as well. Addicted. We had all of our major sports were threatened to be stolen for us from years. Smolian wanted to take the Mariners down to St. Petersburg. Bering wanted to move the Seahawks to LA. All of this stuff happened. We were the Milwaukee Brewers once. We were the Seattle Pilots. They got stolen away to Milwaukee. So, the PTSD that's there and there generationally in this community, I get it. I do. I think, though, that Jody gets it too. I think Paul got it as well. And I think it's for that reason I have so much confidence that everything's going to be all right. I do. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation, all of your support, brother. Lots of noise the last 2 weeks between the team for sale, Coop's leaving, and now Nick. Mac has this team ready for this. The mob mentality is real. I love it, Randall. Let's go. Thank you for the $5 donation. This team's good to go, man. I'm confident in this game. Nick going or not, I still would be very confident in this game. But yeah, it's going to be nice to actually get to the game on this. This last 2 weeks has been, and quite frankly, just bye weeks for the Seattle Seahawks in 2025 have sucked. Feels like we had like 5 injuries in our bye week the last time. This bye week's been team sale and Coob's imminent leaving and now Nick today. I'm kind of ready at this point. Today's crossed the Rubicon for me. I'm ready for the game to start officially at this point. I'm ready to get this thing over with and done with now. It's getting into that like long conjecture mode and fear after fear now starts to be brought up. And I'm just like, oh my God, let's go to the game. You know what I mean? Let's get on with this thing. But thank you, Randall. Appreciate your support, brother. You're amazing as ever. Guys are rocking here on this chat still. We're climbing on the viewer count here today. You guys are champed up. I think the MMWari news has got people searching online right now too. That kind of broke at a certain fortuitous hour here, I suppose. Hawks Nest Cardinals versus Browns Super Bowl. World ends in a week. Game literally over. Something may never happen. I don't think that ever is going to happen. Gene, we don't know that he's out yet. Let's not freak out on the Nick stuff until we know what's going on. We don't know. I understand worried on this, Lord Disciple, but I don't want to worry. Like the reason I'm hesitant on doing this, Lord Disciple, is we've done this the past couple weeks, right? So like we've all been down this road already, and it's not that there isn't maybe something going on with Nicky Manwari, but like we had Charles Cross's knee injury, and everybody freaked out about that for a week and a half, and then he just played in the playoff. We had the oblique with Sam Darnold, and everybody lost their mind over that for a couple of days. And then we just came to find he played, and he played really well. So, I think that there's a lot of worry, and you're kind of at the end of this, Lord Disciple, where we probably spent about the last 2 hours with imminent concern over Nick Manwari, and with chat after chat message, and it's new person after new person going, Nick, oh my God, and crying tears and freaking out face, and emoji that just, and I get it to a degree, but like, let's actually get to the spot where we actually have some tangible news that something serious has really occurred before we start anticipating something serious has really occurred. Guys roll their ankles in practice a lot. Anybody that's rolled their ankles is in an athletic way, playing basketball, for instance, sometimes you can roll those ankles, and you've rolled them before in the past and they hurt a lot in the moment. You go and get them iced up, you get them treatment, another day or two, it feels all right. So it's one where we got to be careful with it. I get it. I understand the worry with this, but I'm not going to want to start going down the line of, well, what are we going to do with him already out on it? We don't know if he's out yet. Let's worry about things that we know are the reality. And right now, I think it's a little bit still just too, of an unknown as far as what actually did happen. He walked under his own power. He's getting imaging. Let's just wait until we get to the point of where the imaging's at before we decide that he's not, able to play on that. So there's just been a lot of worry over the past couple of hours. I'm feeling like I'm kind of trying to calm people down on this one. So this is all I can do for you on this one. Just say, be calm. We'll be fine. It's like the old British poster, be calm and carry on. It's going to be all right. Rednecker Brandon, I think we should focus on the Patriots, not on the teams going anywhere. I agree, man. I agree. Yeah, no worries. And you just caught me. Keep in mind, Lord Disciple, I've been asked literally on this stream alone because the news broke after I went live. So there's been about 50 questions on Nick Emanwari, and it's kind of the same question asked. So it's one of those things like Mike being asked about the 1 yard play yesterday, where you probably saw the Twitter post where it's like you get asked the first couple of times, you got a pretty elaborate answer. You get to about the 57th time of answering the same question on Nick Emanwari, and you're like, all right, guys, you know what I mean? Like we can't, there's not anything to delve into here. And we just don't have any, there's really the most important part of this Lord Disciple is we don't have any news. And that's why I mentioned the cross thing. And that's why I mentioned the Darnold thing is because you were in the chat. You saw how many people freaked out about that over the past couple of weeks, and it all led up to nothing. It was all a lot of worry about something that didn't actually really amount to anything tangibly affecting the game. So until we hear differently with this Nick Emanwari news, I would say that let's anticipate it being in the same way. They're going to be careful with him if he goes down to anything in a practice like this. They're going to be careful with him on getting him imaged because you have a young player and you don't want him playing if there's anything serious out there that can cause him to get more injured. So these are all very standard issue practices. They don't necessarily mean there's something super injury here. Let's let it roll and see what happens with it and kind of get to the other end of it and see how it goes, you know, so to speak. And yeah, Eric, the defense is stacked with Nick or without Nick. They're that good. You have Nick go down, you're down one starter, basically, which isn't the worst place to be in coming into a Super Bowl, all things being here. Northside Brandon Hawks says, I get it, no errors. Yeah. And we'll just, you know, we got, or no worries. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. And I get the worry and concern. He's a big puzzle piece to this defense. I love Nick, and we're better for him to have him out there this Sunday. But I do think, too, we can sometimes get too worried in the moment when we get the news bits. And remember this, Lord Disciple, you've got a lot of reporters right now, you know, that are competing for clickbait headlines. So, you know, what's better? You know, rolls his ankle, but he seems okay, or Nick seemed to go down to an injury at practice that was incredibly worrying. The team held their breath. He had teammates coming over and condoling him and treating him like his mother just died and giving him flowers on the field as they knew his season was now eminently going to come to an end. You know, that's the way that these stories will get written about in this moment, is these reporters are, and so they're kind of gassing you up a little bit with some of that too. Just a tiny bit, in my opinion. But we'll see in another 24 hours when the imaging comes back. It will get released out if there's something more kind of serious there. Catalyst, thank you for the $2 donation. Abraham Lucas has been my guy this year. He's beastly. Abraham Lucas has been great. Guy is absolutely positively over this knee injury. We can say that without a shadow of a doubt. Both him and Cross have been exceptionally steady for us through the back half of the schedule when they've played. He's been a good player as both a run blocker and as a pass protector. He's making John, among many, many decisions he's made, look very, very smart and getting that contract out to him up ahead of time before the start of the year rather than a little bit late. And Abe is rewarding him for that. We really got an opportunity here for this offensive line to be set for the now and for the future, and to even be potentially here, dare I say it, one of the real strengths of this team as we move on to the future with these guys as a centerpiece. Mr. Bill, are these guys going to be too confident? I can't think that they will, Mr. Bill. I think that if you have a team that has a prevalence for getting too overconfident, that you're going to tend to see that somewhere or another, of course, through a time of an NFL season. And one thing that stands out about the Seattle team, and one reason that they were able to capture the number one seed, is they never really let one of those truly bad losses on the books to losing to a team that they had no business losing to, i.e. the Rams to the Atlanta Falcons. There's no loss like that on the books. You lost to the 49ers, they win the playoffs. You did lose to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when they were a lot stronger versus where they were at the end of the year. But that was a team that just barely missed the playoffs, and certainly was a very solid team at that just missed winning the division actually out there. And then you have the Rams loss, the team that came into second place on you. You lost those games collectively by 9 points. There's just not a lot of proof of them not, getting in over themselves, feeling themselves. They tended to show up every single week. I'm expecting they're going to do so here. There's just kind of a quiet confidence where this team to me doesn't even get as much concentrate on their opponent and feeling like, oh, we've got an easy day at the office this week. It's more in how you hear them talk about this, Bill, of trusting their process, staying true to who they are and how they go about their work. And if they do that week in and week out in the same way, that they then will be able to know that the results will speak for themselves. It's that whole trust the process thing. And I think that part of that leaning into that is you not getting caught up week to week of, do we have an easy walk this week? Can we just moonwalk this one this week? Can we shut our eyes and just kind of take our hands off the wheel and let God take over with the car? You know, I don't think that they've operated that way. I think the vets in the locker room have been a big aid in making sure that that's not going to be something that they fall vulnerable to. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation. Randall, word of advice for folks: don't stress about things outside of your control. Expect a good outcome and let things play out. Remember, Sammy D and the oblique. So Randall's picking up what I'm putting down. There's always a lot of worries and concerns with this type of stuff. And I get it. You know, it changes the nature of things. If you lose a Nicky Minori, or you lose a Sammy D, or you lose a Charles Cross at left tackle in a playoff game, it makes a difference. It does. But want to make sure we're worried about what we know to be really the case of something being, you know, truly bad at play. And let's see how this thing plays out. Maybe we'll even get a tweet here from Nick where he'll be like, hey, I'll be all right. I'll be good to go. I'm out there no matter what, whatever he may say on that side of it. But I love your confidence, Randall, and I share your outlook on this one. Job's not done, Jack. It's the imaging talk. Yeah, imaging's never a fun thing, but team's going to be careful with this type of thing. You know, they're not going to have him playing with an injury that he can get worse on, being a young player like he is. So there's some due diligence, right, on this a little bit. These guys get imaged a lot on stuff, I think. I'll buy Bradford jersey if we win. Bet. I'm holding you to that. Yeah, confidence is earned. Can't have too much confidence when you've earned it all year. That's the way I think. That quiet confidence this team has, I think that it's one it has been earned. It's not sort of willy-nilly. It's not sort of they talk themselves into it. It's that you put that work in every day to know you've done all you can to be great, and that there's no questions in that side of it. And that if those questions fall to the side, how can you not have confidence in yourself that you've done all that you could do? First, if you know you haven't put the work in, if you know you've cut corners, if you know you've skipped steps. Thank you for reminding me of that, Brian. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance. I would really appreciate you doing that as well. Maybe sub on up. We're trying to get up over 22,000 here. We're about 100 away. Get us up over that mark by subbing up today. And you know what? I'd really appreciate it as well. Thank you for reminding me of that, though. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Brando, give me a 3-leg parlay for the Super Bowl. I got you, dog. I got you. It's a great time here to give a shout out again to the sponsor of the show. That's going to be Sleep. Sleeper's the #1 app running in the game today. They're the best. And if you use my code NEST, they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. $100 from me to you through the Sleeper app. That's what we call a win, win, win. And wait, there is more. Free $20, no deposit needed in your account right now. $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app. Just use that code, create that login, and you are in like Flynn. They got the 20% boost as I've got on this ticket right here. You can see that right there. Garth, I've got not just a three-leg parlay for you. I got a 4-legger. Jason Myers, speaking of legs, 1.5 field goals over on that in this game, Randall. So 1.5 field goals more. 3.5 receptions over on the Cooper Kupp for 3.5 receptions. I think it's going to be third down and Kupp in this game quite a bit. Kenneth Walker with over 21.5 yards receiving in this game. I think you're going to see manufactured touches his way. I think you're going to see the screen game run a couple times, and that alone should get him over 21.5 yards. And then Hunter Henry, the man that had like 13 receptions against your Seahawks last year in New England in that game, I think he gets over 3.5 receptions. I do. So I think he finds his way over that mark of it there, Garth. But thank you for the $5, man. Take advantage of those picks here today, folks. Build up your own little ticket. Get the 20% boost, as you can see that I've got on this sucker. You think you know football? Put that knowledge to the test. Go make some money right now. Basketball, football, parlay, put them all together. Baseball coming into effect. Put it all together. Go build yourself a winning ticket. Go make yourself some money. Garth, thank you for your support, brother. It's good to see you as well in the house. And I feel good about that one, by the way. Some of these I don't have as much confidence on, but that one I was trying to kind of build and sort of like, what do I really think here with this one and that? I feel pretty good on that one. I feel pretty solid on that one. Gene says, I didn't think we'd be in the Super Bowl at the beginning of this year. Laughing out loud, this is amazing. So one of the wonderful parts about this year is the storybook way that this thing has played out and unfurled. And that all of this was so much from the Vegas outlook of 7.5 wins to the pundits that said this team had taken a step back, the lack of faith that existed nationally across the board. It's made it more satisfying that you could kind of come up out of the ether, out of the dregs, so to speak, and surprise so many different people in this way. And it's been an amazing year, Gene. It really has. Automated AI money. Without Nick, do you change your prediction score? No. I think that it's one starter lost. And look, Nick's a great player, but you're walking into this game with every starter on offense except for Robbie Oots. You're walking in this game with every starter on defense, within the exception of Nicky Manwari. You've got depth with Jaron Reed. You've got 2 depth guys off of your edge. You got you got extra safety. You got an extra linebacker with the Tyrese Knight backing up Drake Thomas. I mean, this is as good a situation as you can be in for a team that's the hottest team in football. To lose just one player, I don't think completely changes the whole trajectory of that game in that manner. And it does still come back to the bottom line. This, from my perspective, with the Patriots outlook here, is that they played one of the easiest, if not the easiest schedule that we've seen for any team getting to the Super Bowl in recent history. And I'm talking like the last 30 years. There's no getting away around from that. And so while their record looks really good and getting the Super Bowl looks really good, the pathway has been greased up by oil on a downward plane. And that's all well and good, but you're not walking into a downward greased up plane this Sunday. You're walking into a team that on the other end of it, according to DVOA, automated, had to play the 12th hardest regular season schedule in NFL history. So one as easy as you can get, one as hard as you can get. We are better as an offense. We are better as a defense. We are better as special teams unit. All 3 phases, we are a better team than them. Take out these teams individually and you just tell me that I got 2 NFL teams going up against each other just blind, and you're telling me one team unanimously, if I asked 10 people, would answer the same way, has a better offense, a better defense, and a better special teams. That's a 10-point win all day long in any projective scenario that I can think of. So 27-17, 27-20. Yeah, I do see it as kind of being in that way, and I don't think Nick's injury is going to change that for me. Team's playing too good a football collectively, in my opinion. Chivo, thanks, Brandon. Got to catch a Z. Catch you on the next one. Let's have a go. Let's go. Anytime, Garth. Anytime for you, man. You don't have to drop a don't know. I'd have one for you. Jack says, since New England's the home team, are they making the Seahawks use the locker room close to the substation? I don't know, but they should. Wu-Tang, Kubiak could have controlled his time in week 1 of the Super Bowl. He chose to do prep for interviews instead of 1,000% focused on the game plan. Did he do everything he could in week 1 Super Bowl bye? We'll find out when we get to the game, Wu-Tang. I certainly think that, it's not helpful that you have your coaches out there looking at head coaching jobs as they're trying to prepare for what's supposed to be the biggest game in their life. I don't like it, to your point. But it's the lay of the land. That's the rules that allow them to do it. So I definitely would like to see the NFL change this a little bit. If you still love this coach so much, you can wait the 1 week for him to get through his process before you got to make that determination. I don't know why that's led to, with the rules, that it's somehow supposed to benefit the craptastic teams that have made bad coaching decisions and then punish the teams that have made good coaching decisions, which is what it essentially does. Garth Knight with a $5 donation, and he will finish us off here with this dono. What was the best part of your Senior Bowl experience outside of Dan and Bryce? Oh, it's a good question. It was cool to be so close to the experience. I got to go down the field. I interviewed a little bit of Katron Allen there for Roundtable Sports. Got a quick little interview with him. Kind kind of just walking around the players down there, getting a feel for, the intensity of things and how it was kind of playing out. But it was just nice to you're in the stadium. You kind of have the lay of the land in the stadium. The players are going full tilt down on there. You can get a real good feel of what they're doing. It's competitive. So it's just kind of drink that all up and kind of be a part of that process was really cool. I wasn't really terribly impressed by Mobile, Alabama, or the South in general. It's all right. The food is what you think. It's really greasy and not particularly very tasty. Not a lot going on in Mobile, Alabama. It was also it was cold as hell, Garth. I mean, they had that Arctic front going through there, and I was miserable from that. So that made it a little bit hard, but it was a great experience with Dan and Bryce, and being able to just kind of hang out with them and talk about the players as we're watching there in practice and, just sort of chop it up was a lot of fun. Yep. Catalyst, they all did play injured in that. A couple of them got injured before that game, which made that worse, but that was a tough one. That was a tough one, Stu. I can't help but think that the spread for this game is integrating the potential of a sly behavior by Mr. Kraft, just as it would factor in weather or home field advantage. Yeah, they're just basically anticipating that Josh McDaniels has been filming practice throughout the week, to your point, Stu. That's pretty much just been inherently like, they're going to find a way. It'll be a little pinhole camera here, right? Or a hat cam right here. They're doing it. Josh kind of in the facility. He's like, oh, is this not our facility, Mike? Is this not where we're practicing? Or you guys are in the middle of practice? Huh. Wild. Okay, well, I'll just go to our facility then. I'm going to go to our facility. Just a sec. Do you guys got some water here, Mike? You got a little bit of water, maybe? Just a bit? I'm kind of thirsty. Our facility's way over there. So if I could just get a little bit of something to drink. Oh, wow. You guys are, you're running some blitz packages over there. No, I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking at all. Not me. I'm just saying you might not be wrong, Stu, is all I'm saying. You might not be wrong. And thank you for that. It says, thank you for all you do. I predict 120,000 subscribers in 1 year. Ooh. Well, that would be amazing. But I got to say, I'm so thankful and so happy with what I got. I've got the best community on YouTube. And whether it's having 100,000 or having, really high quality folks that come in here and, look, we have talk here where they can get sometimes pretty, it can get a little bit hot, a little bit spicy when it goes back and forth a little bit on this one. And so, we still are able, obviously we got a Super Bowl team. There's less probably stuff to argue about or debate about in that way. But man, this is just an incredible community. It's been, I have a ball doing what I get to do. And, if we don't grow another subscriber deep, I'm super thankful and blessed for all that I've been given here as far as this kind of community to make this channel go. Cause you guys are it's a huge gust of wind at my back. Every single time I go live without fail, I could be in the dregs of the off season in June, and I've got my folks showing up, have my back in here, keeping the chat popping, keeping me thinking, keeping me laughing, keeping me debating items, just keeping me engaged in that way. And that is the part to me that, beyond getting the more subscribers or getting big or anything like that, that's just to me the part that always blows me away because it's just nothing I ever counted on in doing this channel and thinking that we'd be able to have this kind of community in this way. And it's a really testament, folks like yourself, to just come in here and want to have a good football discussion and just chop it up and just enjoy this sport that we love, enjoy this team that we love, and hopefully get to see this team raising its Lombardi trophy here in another mere 3 days. You know what I mean? Another mere 3 days. Catalyst says, wasn't Deflategate associated with that Super Bowl or previous game that season? Previous game that season, I think. It was the Colts playoff game where they grabbed the football and there was a whole bugaboo about that, I guess, whatever. And it's, so yeah. Yeah, I guess there was a whole like Deflategate thing going on there. So they had a couple things, didn't they? Garth Knight, thanks for the $5 donation. says, what are the odds on Bezos buying the Hawks? I'm thinking negative 10,000. Well, there was a report earlier from the stream here that people were seeing that he was not going to be maybe up for sale. I do think that there's just so much of this that adds up a lot in the math, Garth, being that he wanted to buy the Washington Commanders. He got iced out because the Washington Post wrote some bad story about Dan Snyder. Snyder got pissed off about it. Snyder said, I'm not going to sell to Bezos. Bezos got iced out. And Bezos has now had to wait for a long period of time for another team to be up for sale. And now there's a team up for sale where he's got connections and roots to the local region. That to me would be one where he has the impetus to want to buy. He's highly motivated. He's got an endless amount of money. Part of the reason why I think that this came down the line right now is I think that he came in or somebody came in and blew Jody away with an offer. And that's how Kraft got informed of it. And then Kraft leaked the information out. But I do think that he's kind of the number one guy to come in here and do this at this point, Garth. I just can't think of, if he wanted it so much then for a team that wasn't as close to him regionally, why wouldn't he do it here? But, this is kind of one of those sight unseen, I don't know anything about what's going on in the background of this situation. And Jody's been very elusive about the whole, how the sale is going to come down, when the sale is going to come down. Is the team for sale? Well, it's in the trust, but I can choose the timeline, but I don't know when I want to sell it, but I kind of like owning the team. Hard to say what's what when it comes down to this line of things a little bit. It's a little confusing, I would say. John says people forget McDaniels went 6-0 with the Broncos and got caught for taping, and then they fell apart and he got fired. Yeah, I joke, but I'm being serious, John. I remember that with him and the Broncos, and you're absolutely right. He got 6-0, and the players used to reference how it was like they knew the plays that were coming, and they thought that he was just so brilliant. But no, it was he was filming the plays. That's what was really going on. I'm still on. We're trying to put a wrap up on this, but I can't quit you guys. Negative is plus in gambling. Oh, then I would go with that. 10,000. I'm not a big gambler, Garth. You know this from. I don't know the fancy lingo. But yes, then I would go with the negative 10,000. He'd be my number one candidate by far. It'd be like a Ballmer would be like 2,000 compared to your 10,000 mark. I just think that it adds up so much here to it being this is the way that they go. Pretty sure Jody owns most of Amazon's land. That makes sense. Maybe we can find a common ground. She gets a little piece. Jeff gets a little piece. Hopefully he's going to be okay there on the injury. We'll have to just wait on Nick until we get some of the word back on the imaging. And maybe Nick gives us a nice little tweet tonight as we go to bed saying, I'm fine, 12s. I'll be all right. I don't know. Paul owned a lot of land, Brian. I know that when he passed. So could be that he has sections of land that he's bought. Hard to say. Dogzilla, my brother owned the land that Microsoft headquarters is now built on. He lucked out. Boy, yeah, that's a good buy for him. Hopefully he got a good price. Hopefully he got a nice little payday. Okay. Well, let's put a button on this. We got a little over 4 hours today. I think we've put in some good work here on the show today, and got our second show running here. We did the B&B earlier, so we will probably put a button on this one. I do want to big thank you to Garth, Randall McDaniel, Catalyst Frogman, Trenton Puckett, Chase, HHG, Addis the Gamer, Hawks Punk, Jay Melfair, Ninjetti, Ben, Edward. Appreciate you, Matthew Plowden, all of you guys for all of the support and donations to the channel. Is just as ever. You guys are just fabulous here as far as how much you throw my way as far as that support goes. And it's mighty noticed as you guys allow me to be able to do this thing full time and just keep on cooking and keep on rolling here throughout this off season. As you know, we will be no matter what happens this upcoming Sunday. We got Nicky Minwari injury. Got that break in here as a little bit of news down the line. We're going to find out about this in the next 24 hours as to what's going on there. If he is out, it changes some of the complexity of this game and how you have to play it a little bit. It's certainly going to be it gives you a little bit of a harder path to get in the win, but it's not going to knock me off my stride with this team, no matter what we hear about Nick on that injury front, as I think this team is just playing too good at this point to not go find a way to get the victory this upcoming week. They've got too many advantages. They're stylistically set up in too nice of a way on both sides of the ball, and then including the special teams, to not come away with this game with the win, in my opinion. I would be still utterly shocked, regardless of what's going on with Nick, if you couldn't go get this win, regardless of his status for this football game. You've been able to maintain a great amount of health throughout the course of the season, so simply being down one player of your starting 22 should not be enough to upend this whole apple cart of a season, and that should be enough to allow a team like New England, that to me is not the same kind of an opponent, anywhere near the same kind of realm of what you got as far as the Rams a couple weeks ago. So we'll learn about this in the next 24 hours, one way or another, about which way this one does go. But I would caution you guys, I'd say the RELAX, if I can spell it right, in regards to the Nick injury. We're going to be just fine. We're going to go get this win. This team has built this confidence not up in the fact that they're getting gassed up by the media. They're not building up this confidence because it's been us gassing them up throughout this season. They've built this confidence because they've earned it by stacking, like I've said, week after week, brick after brick, to eventually build the house of confidence. So have that confidence in them. Understand that they built a legit team. They have a blueprint and a model for winning, and that works every single week, foe after foe after foe, and it will work again this upcoming week, this Sunday. Have that faith, my fellow Seahawks fans. This team hasn't worked this hard. This team hasn't won 2 trilogies. This team hasn't overcome that 4-interception performance of Sam to find their true self down the back end of this stretch of this season, to find the best version of themselves, to play the best brand of football that they have played all of this year right now. They haven't done all that. We haven't marched up this Mount Everest hill to drop at the summit now. We're going to the peak, baby. We're going to the peak, so ride with me. Keep that confidence. Keep it sky high. Keep that faith in this team. And don't you ever forget, go Hawks.